People already fighting over who's first to the channel. I love it. It makes me smile. It's like all these people are excited. They want to be number one. It means a lot to me. Good morning. It's Wednesday. I'm Jay. I'm starting about 15 minutes early today because I need to take off about 15 minutes early. You all know I live in the middle of nowhere, farm town. I live in the middle of a farming community. It's a good 20 minutes to get into civilization, and I need to enter civilization. I also need time to get out of the Victorian era clothing. You know, it probably would make people nervous if I started walking around town with, like, you know, this clothing on. They'd be like, what's going on? I'd be like, yo, I'm bringing back the good eras. With that said, Lots of stuff going on. You guys will notice that we do have a Stream Raiders match going on, that counter in the lower right hand corner. Appreciate the follow. There should be an alert popping up any minute now. Maybe, possibly, maybe not. Did I break them? It's possible I broke them. I hear a producer walking in behind me. So lots of stuff going on right now. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. I have been amazed at the comments on some of my recent videos. You guys know I am both a streamer and a YouTuber, and I have been putting out videos on Ashes pretty regularly over the last few years, but specifically the last couple of days I've done several videos. This week's video is on 500 versus 500 combat, and it is amazing to me how many people, right? How many people want to talk about topics, but, and I'm not trying to be mean here, but they are completely unqualified to be even offering an opinion. For example, you found the 500 versus 500 video particularly interesting to watch. It's always fun to learn and listen to something you know nothing about to get a better understanding. Yes, exactly. And that's why I do the videos, and that's why that 500 versus 500 video is actually an Ashes 101 video, because I felt that it was educational enough about what Intrepid was doing. But then I've got the people who jump in with the comment, Unreal Engine 5 has nothing to do with this, and they write like 5 paragraphs. Number one, assuming I don't know what Unreal Engine 5 does. And number two, I actually responded to one person. I said, did you happen to mention when I talked about this being in Unreal Engine 5, I said it's in Unreal Engine 5 so that nanite is already being factored in, so that 30 frames per second isn't going to be a disingenuous 30 frames per second. Like, because if they didn't put it in Unreal Engine 5 and they didn't utilize nanite for their background, then the argument would immediately become is, well, that's great that you have 30 frames per second, but what's that going to drop to when you're utilizing nanite? Well, they're already utilizing nanite in the clip. And so, but the person's like, Unreal Engine 5 has nothing to do with this. But then they talk about the few things about Unreal Engine 5 that they know, and I'm like, okay, well, you know a few things, but the thing you don't know is that it was never said in the video. That I think is, I'm noticing, like yesterday, I tell you guys all the time, good morning, producer. I tell you guys all the time on the, oh, you're lurking while doing mandatory controlled unclassified information. Or really lurking on the training, because I've done it too many times. I'm just waiting for the question to pop up. Yeah, military training. They changed it. You can't be off the screen now. You have to sit on the screen and wait until the question comes up. They found too many people were just side screening it. Like yesterday on the, I want to give props. I don't remember the person's name because I didn't write it down. But props to one person on the Ashes of Creation Discord. They decided to just be a douche canoe and call me out for something. And then I wasn't in the mood yesterday. I just wasn't in the mood for dealing with people. And I basically said, you need to learn how to read. And you need to learn how to read. And the other person who jumped in, you need to learn how to read. Because it was like, you said, and I said, no, I never said that. The person comes back with a quote. They cut and pasted what I said. And they're like, you said this. And I said, no, I suggest you go read it again, because the you can't read applies to you too. The person went back and they read it and they're like, yeah, you're right, I apologize. Do you know how rare that is anymore on the internet for somebody to say, I was wrong, I apologize? I told in chat, I said, you get 100 points, man. Wait, you get 100 points for actually being the person that says, I was wrong. What it was is we were talking about Brad McQuaid yesterday. And for those of you that don't know, Brad McQuaid was actually involved in at least 2 FBI investigations in his life. One of which was when he worked at Sony Online Entertainment, when his personal computer got hacked his home, I believe it was his home computer got hacked, and he had all of the information for EverQuest 2 on it. Not like all the source code, but he did have some source code on his computer. He did have some assets, but he had like all the shut up. He had like all the marketing and advertising. Not the adverts, but the marketing plan, the promotional plan, the advertising plan. He had all that. So the person hacked his home computer. But what a lot of people don't know about Brad McQuaid is when he was a teenager, he was involved in, he was the subject of an FBI investigation. One of his friends had hacked into Chase Bank, and Brad McQuaid, of course, being one of his friends, one of that guy's friends, got everybody involved in that police investigation. So it's just funny that, you know, these are little tidbits you find out about the guy. But then there's people that are like just throwing, like they can't read. Like not only was it what I typed, but I went and I found the news article from 2001 and I posted it and I said, this is what happened. And people are still unable to read. I swear the flaw of society is getting worse and worse and worse, specifically in the gaming genre. People aren't actually interested in listening. They're interested in waiting to talk. I see that just more and more. And it's such a disservice because the people that are the worst about this are white knights. And so when somebody with a critique or a complaint comes into a community about your beloved game, you feel it's a personal attack. So you personally attack that person back, and you're actually driving customers away. And the Ashes of Creation community is one of the worst, is absolutely one of the worst about this. With that said, let's drop into my normal segment scene. I need to make a note about why my alerts aren't popping up. I am already, like, you know, on fire for 2022. I shouldn't say I'm on fire, because the way the 2020s are going, literally spontaneous combustion could potentially happen. But got Extra Life set up for the year already. So that's going to be a good one. I'm going to try to do like an Extra Life event. I'm going to try to do an earlier one in the year, and then I'll do game day this year, assuming no more bricks, assuming life stops throwing bricks at my head. I will do Extra Life again this year. I'll do it the same way I did it this time. I'll do 12 hours. I'll go off for 12 hours, and then I'll do 12 more hours. Hopefully this year for Extra Life game day, Ashes of Creation will be up. If Ashes of Creation isn't up, I'm definitely going to play some 7 Days to Die during game day. With that said, anybody got any questions, comments, concerns, feedback? Never. It's life's favorite pastime to throw bricks at people. It's just a matter of when you're going to get hit. Well, let me tell you, I have been hit in the face by a brick right now, and I am all in on fighting back. Right now, there's nothing I can do. So right now, I'm not doing anything. But when the next time my turn in the batter's box comes, my streaming will go down to a minimum. Everything else will go down to a minimum, stepping in a plate. Because remember, I always talk about you can't have a plan B. And you need to put 100% of your effort in the plan A. So every time the life incident comes up, I'll put all my eggs in that basket. But I don't, I'm going to say this. I take it all in stride, because you think that your life is bad, and then you look around at the people around you and you see friends and family with it like way worse. I thought the brick life threw at me was bad. Family friends that have been my wife's family friends since she was an airman, their daughter got lymphoma. So at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, let me not be pessimistic. Let me not be negative. Because, as they say, it could always be worse. Let me make sure I pop down here real quick for a second. Make sure Make sure that all my Stream Raiders people are dropping their units. We failed on this map, closing up the show on Monday, so never a good time. I know it's a little early. I started 15 minutes early, caught people off guard. You always have Ash's questions. Great, ask them. Ash's questions are the best possible thing for the show, because this is the Ashes of Creation Q&A show. Without questions, it's just the Jahlon talking show, which I mean is I can do for 4 hours. But sometimes that gets a little rough. At launch, do you think any servers will possess rule sets such as RP French Hardcore? No. There are no specialized servers. The reason why there's no specialized servers is, first and foremost, every server is a PvX server. Every server is PvE and PvP. I understand that there are gamers who want specialized servers. I get that. There are gamers who want PvP on all the time. Well, the problem is you can want that all you want, but you have to understand now you're asking the video game company to essentially manage 2 games at the same time. Now, I do think there should be an Intrepid Studio server, but that's not a special rule set. I think server 66, and I don't care how many servers they open at launch, server 66, because Star Wars reference, execute order 66. Steven Sharif, the owner of Intrepid Studios, has already told his employees, you may play Ashes of Creation, but you may not run a guild, and you may not be in a player-run guild. The problem here is, back about 14 years ago, EVE Online allowed their developers to play. And this is where you get the Band of Brothers. You can look up the EVE Online Band of Brothers story. The developers were cheating to help their alliance. And the big problem here is that people found out that it was the developers, and they lost a huge portion of their player base. Like, magically, the developers had a Titan, and most other major alliances were struggling to even get the skill sets, the books, because the books were very expensive, the materials, the blueprints to build a Titan. And magically here, the developer alliance has a Titan. So there is a certain level of knowledge you have when you work on a game. That would be like if I made the Rifts MMO, the Rifts, not Rift, Rifts. English only on my channel, please. It is an English channel. So if you can't speak English, you're on the wrong channel. That's why I actually have my channel tagged English. So with that said, I think, and Steven has said his developers, even his moderators, even his Discord moderators can't be in a player-run guild. I think they should create server 66, where it asks, when you click on server 66, it pops a box that says, you understand you are making a character on the server that the devs play on. Click in, you make your character, make my character. You understand you're playing on a server that the devs are all in a guild together. Right? And then when before you can walk past the first NPC is going to be Steven, a model of Steven. He says, welcome, friendos. I just want to let you know you're playing on the server that my devs play on as players. If you're not okay with this, please reroll your character on any other of our servers. At that point, if somebody complains, the hell with them. They've had 3 warnings. Specialized servers would divide the player base. Yes, it would. You don't think Europe would benefit from language recommended servers, not quite rule sets? Why? Why should Europe? Why should Intrepid Studios continue to propagate basically what is racism? It basically is racism. It's segregation based on race and language. Nobody in America, nobody in US servers ever says You should separate out Spanish-speaking players, and some of the more racist Americans say you should put the Brazilians all on one server. That is because, you know, they like to use Portuguese in general, and they assume nobody else speaks Portuguese. Just like the guy on Monday who decided to trash talk me on my own YouTube channel and in Portuguese say the owner of this channel is an idiot. I guess people don't pick up on the whole shebang where I say my daughter's a linguist. It's not hard for me to figure out what you said. Also, assumedly, one of my other takens speaks Portuguese fluently. So rub a couple brain cells together. That person can no longer play with the other reindeer. In Europe, we kind of expect to have the game in our language, though. The French, especially the French and the German people. Yes, stop. That's because the French and the Germans in the English wrote into the EU Charter that things that are published must be published in English, French, and German. Americans don't say we want a separate server for English, put the Mexicans on their own server so they can speak Spanish, and put the Quebecois, the people from Quebecois, put them on a French-speaking server. We don't do that. Why? Because we understand that in America, there's multiple languages spoken. We don't make a big deal about it. How the hell have you all been neighbors for thousands of years and you can't come up with, you know, common? How is it Europe doesn't come up with common? The other thing I find funny is, that's exactly why they have beef about it. They have beef about it because they don't get told no. They don't get told no. Look, man, your continent is smaller than our country. Europeans, I know that you guys get taught, and when I say this, remember, I got one of them crazy European citizenships as well. I just happen to prefer my American one. Your continent is smaller than America's country. Your country is smaller than some of our states. And yet you're acting like you're the center of the universe. We just roll with it in stride, man. We just roll with it, right? Russia will have servers. There will be CIS servers. And CIS servers have more to do with the fact of how you store Russian citizen data than anything else. But they've already said there'll be CIS servers, which is good. But the problem is that Europeans, and I'm saying this, you assume that people should publish in your language. New World features a few Spanish recommended channels on NA West, NA East for those who speak Spanish. I thought this was quite accommodating. No, it's racism. It's racism. It's not saying we're accommodating you. What it's saying is Spanish speakers go here and nowhere else. I'm sorry. Period. That's what it is. Spanish speakers go here because we don't want to have to deal with the complaints of you speaking Spanish in general anywhere else. What's the deal with the new performance test? All the models had newbie gear and no armor on. Only special effect was catapults. What do you mean? What's the deal with that? Crawl, walk, run, man. I don't know. See, honestly, I'm gonna call you out, and I hope you don't feel bad, but I'm gonna call you out. Ready? This was the first time they did it. This is the first test they did, right? This is the first test they did. They're not even moving, right? They're not even moving. Now here's the second test that they did. Now it's not on a loading construct. Now it's in the world. It's in an environment that's running Nanite. It's running Unreal Engine 5. You say they're basic armors, but the truth of the matter is that just shows you don't understand. The GPU doesn't care if it's a basic piece or it's a endgame piece. The GPU only cares that it's a different piece than one I've already loaded. I had to load 500 different items. I had to load 500 copies of the same item, right? Instead of having to load Oh, that no abilities have effects rendered or weapon loaded. Again, here, I'm gonna slow the bus down for you. Let me slow the bus down. Let me do it again. You let me know where you got lost. This is the first one. And the models aren't even moving. So this is crawl. This is where you start your draw call tech. Does it work? Can I take 1,000 models? How many years ago was the first one? September. This was September. This was September. Okay. This was December. Keeping in mind, yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna call you out just so you realize it. You represent exactly what I talked about at the beginning of the show. You're so interested in having an objective, a negative opinion that you've done no research. You have no idea what you're talking about, but you're gonna jump in and have a negative opinion. You are entitled to have a negative opinion, but then I'm entitled to call you out and say you represent the baseline problem in the gaming culture. You're not listening, you're not learning, you're just waiting to complain. And this then gravitates towards regular society. You're saying, where are the weapons? Where are the effects? Where are the animations? This is 30 frames per second with an Unreal Engine 5 nanite background, right? Now the next piece is to add on to it. Now if they add on effects and they can no longer keep 30 frames per second with 1,300 people, now they know, drop it to 1,200 people, okay? Drop it to 1,100 people. They're at 1,300, so they have scale down ability. I know people were saying, and people were asking me, why would they do 1,300 people if they don't plan on having 650 versus 650? Well, they do that because if you aim for 1,000 and you miss, you end up with 900. If you aim for 2,000 and you miss, you might end up with 1,500. I am European, but I disagree having servers in any other language than English. English is spoken all over the world, so that language should be used when doing anything internationally. I agree with you. From the European perspective, Americans act as if they're the center of the world, especially when expecting their law and rights to be applied everywhere. First of all, let me say this to you, and Archetto, let me, you're not going to like me. When it comes to business, America is the center of the world. When it comes to business, America is the center of the world. Followed by China. Followed by the European Union, for now, no, forever. 46 nation, let me remind you, the only reason why America doesn't have a GDP much bigger than the GDP we have is we've been busy for the last, what is it going on now? 100 years? 80 years? No, 100 years? More than 100 years? This country, the baby country on the block, has spent the last 100 years saving Europe's ass from world wars. Did you know that if you look through all the old debts, Europe owes America money from World War I and World War II? Okay? With that said, if Europe won't settle their shit down when I become president of America, I'm just going to knock on every European country's door and say, you owe us a bunch of money. Can we have it back, please? So if we stopped putting... What is it? We spend more on national defense than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of whom are allies. If we stopped doing that, our economy would just explode. But no, we're busy putting money into horribly inefficient aspects. So, especially when their laws and rights are being applied everywhere. Now, yes, that is true, but that's not America. That's dumbass American citizens who, again, you guys know, I don't excuse my countrymen. Americans that travel abroad and think their laws should apply are dumb Americans. But I want to remind you, you have those people too. Europe has those people too. Europeans travel to the Middle East. Europeans travel to the Middle East and get arrested. Europeans travel to Asia, get arrested. Europeans travel to Singapore and get arrested. Everybody has dumbass. Like America has a claim to fame that our citizenship is pretty dumb. However, you got them too. You got them too. And I don't think English should be spoken all over the world. But I do think we need to be like Ender's Game and we need to come up with a language called Common so that nobody thinks we're forcing you to speak one country's language. Everybody should be speaking a common tongue. You're never, as long as countries continue to say you need to publish everything in our language, we're never going to have a global civilization. Just like you should budget your monthly bills to the peak during the year, always overcommit on the negative ledgers and underestimate the positive ledger. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You want a pilot's license, you need to be proficient in English. You want an amateur radio license, you better be proficient in English. Both of those are international regulations. That is true. Yes, that is true. America would get blamed anyways. Yes, America always gets blamed. America always gets blamed. Why? Because why would you blame anybody else? There's only one superpower on the planet. The only superpower on the planet is America. China's getting there. China's getting there. China is a nuclear threat. You got to treat China and Russia with respect. You have to treat China and Russia with respect. But unless they're planning on launching nukes, China's probably another, 8 to 15 years from being dangerous. The fact that they're building as many aircraft carriers as they are, that makes them fucking dangerous. That China has finally realized in order to project power, like China's been building warship after warship after warship, and America's like, great, keep doing that. It's not a problem. But when China decides, because China uses crappy aircraft. China's best fighter can't even compete with the F-35, let alone trying to compete with the F-22, right? But exactly, anything that projects air power is a threat. It's not a threat. It's not a threat if China puts out 100 planes at sea, because the U.S. Navy can handle that. It's a problem if China can suddenly put, 2,000 planes in the air at sea, because then the Navy's like, we can't handle that many, and they've chosen an airspace engagement too far away from land base for the Air Force to get involved. That's that threat. That's that threat. But I think China's still 8 years minimum, 15 years maximum from being able to project that kind of air power. The U.S. Navy knows that China has enough ships that it's just going to take forever to sink them all. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but it takes time. I talked to a senior officer that had a chance to get aboard some Chinese ships. They have almost no damage control equipment or training. Yes, they have a lot, but their survivability is very low. Yeah, so that's what I was getting to. They have a lot of ships. They're not going to take a lot of time to sink them, but the problem is when you have a lot of them. It's like when you're in a video game and you're taking a lot of damage from a lot of little things. Like you have the boss and you have 6 ads. Well, you kill the 6 ads to lower the total DPS output of the enemy. Well, that's kind of like China. They have a lot of ships. They don't have a lot of survivability, but until you sink one and render it unable to fire at you. Yeah, the problem is defending the Zerg, exactly. I feel like if we get to the point where we're sinking ships, we took a wrong turn somewhere. I mean, kind of yes and no, not exactly. The problem is that if you send enough ships after one fleet, a single aircraft carrier and support fleet can destroy hundreds of ships a day. Not exactly. I think you might have missed the very first point of that, where I said right now that's true. Right now, that's true, because China can't project enough air power. But at the rate China is building aircraft carriers, nuclear war doesn't make them a superpower. Sure, we have to acknowledge them, we have to respect them. But their ability to enter into conventional warfare is something they're finally realizing they're lacking. And now that they're doing that, it scares the shit out of me. The fact that they're projecting that much aircraft carrier air power at sea scares the crap out of me. I'm glad I'm retired, because I wouldn't want to be the guy trying to handle that situation, or one of the people contributing to the answer that tells the leadership how to solve that problem. Personally, do you think people should be worried about China or Russia? Looking at events in the Ukraine and Russian placing 100K troops to Ukraine border and China building an invasion force to Taiwan. I'm curious of your opinion. So the Ukraine and Taiwan are both under U.S. protection. Yes, people should be worried about China and Russia. And this is what bothers me. People don't study their history. Why did Germany ever get a chance to start a second world war? Germany got a chance to start a second world war because nobody stopped them after the first world war. Germany starts building up military might in violation of the treaty. Nobody went in and stopped them. Germany starts claiming back what was German, and nobody wants to step in and stop them. If you step in and stop them before it's a problem, then you don't end up with a world war, but nobody stepped in. It's the same thing. What was it? How many years ago? Because it's... In 2014, Russia annexes Crimea. In 2014, the modern era, Russia just rolls into Crimea like 3 days of, they say it's like 36 days, but I don't even think it was there that long. But Russia invaded and annexed the Crimean Peninsula from the Ukraine, right? They literally went into Ukraine and took a section of their country, and it was because everybody was too afraid to stand up to Russia. Well, Russia has 100,000 troops placed on the Ukrainian border again. I don't know why NATO hasn't put 100,000 troops in training exercises on the border and waved to the Russians. Because at that point, defending the citizens who wanted to be part of Russia, which is fine. It's like in Crusader Kings 3 where you need a writ to go to war. It's a reason, right? But if Russia puts 100,000 troops on the Ukrainian border and NATO doesn't appreciate that, and NATO doesn't respond with putting 100,000 troops on the border, then all you're literally saying is do it again. It's the same thing. I believe that the U.S. should just keep the fleet off the Taiwan border, and just so China knows it's not. You may decide to get stupid and do it. It's just like, why has North Korea never rolled into why has North Korea never rolled into South Korea? Because we still have, what, 8,000 to 10,000 troops on the border? We used to have 30,000 troops on the border. And we realized something. Having 30,000 troops on the North Korean border meant nothing. Because if they were going to roll south, they're going to roll south with 1 million people. So we said, why are we spending? Yeah, we would just be a speed bump. In North Korea, we would be a speed bump. But the thing is that those people know when they're over there, they're literally there to die. They're literally there to die. So the U.S. full military might just obliterates North Korea. And so why do you have to have 30,000 people there and incur all that cost? Why do you have to have 10,000 people there? You literally need one airman or one private or Marine or sailor who's pending a dishonorable discharge. Be like, look, we were going to dishonorably discharge you, but we're going to send you over to the border of North Korea and you're just going to walk around in uniform. If they decide to invade, well, at least you didn't get dishonorably discharged. You killed our one private. Here comes the full might of the military, like the vengeful striking hammer of Uncle Sam. It is what it is. Anyway, let's get out of politics. Let's talk Ashes of Creation. Let me get set up here. That one, and Ash's slow combat development. So do you think Alpha 1 was the most current build? And is it true that Alpha 1 was the most recent combat iteration at the time? So yes, we already know that answer. Again, those people, you know, there's a lot of people who don't understand. Ash's combat development would be a hell of a lot faster. Ash's combat development would be a hell of a lot faster if Steven would just finally make the decision to go to Tab or Tab Enhanced. In fact, let's look over, and it's anecdotal data, because it's still not a lot, but let's take a quick check, right? I'll give you guys the most up-to-date answer. Now, of course, I am not saying that this is legitimate because it's such a small number of respondents, but because it is more than 100, we do have to factor in that this is representational data of other polls I've done. It falls in line with other polls I've done. So the question is, what type of combat do you want? 5% of people want straight tab. 46% want tab enhanced. Now, right there, 46 plus 5 is 51. You are already at a majority. You're not at a super majority, but you're at a majority. Now, when you say some hybrid combination, right? You get to take that 51, add 19 to it. So now you're at 70% of the respondents on this poll want straight tab, tab enhanced, or hybrid, right? Now, action players are exactly the three types of player you talked about. Exactly. Action players don't know if they want Guild Wars 2 action camera without precision or precision action combat like BDO with waterfall stats. So 30% of your people want action combat, but 50% of them want one type of action combat, and 50% of them want a different type of action combat. So why is Intrepid continuing to waste their time iterating? Because you already have the 70% majority that want tab, tab enhanced, or some hybrid combination. Remember, Steven's definition of action is... Steven's definition of action.
A tab targeted ability is something that you must have a target for. So in order to utilize the skill, you must have a target for the skill. That's I believe, what a tab target definition is. An action-oriented skill is anything that can be utilized through placement of the player, whether that be placement on a reticle, placement on a ground, templated directional placement. Those I consider skill-based action skills.
So even if Intrepid decides not to even try to broach anything more than hybrid, frontal cones, I'd say an 865 vote pool is not something representative. Thank you for repeating what I said 3 times. I mean, again, I said it 3 times. But I want to remind you that that's not the first time I've done that poll. And second of all, I do want to tell you 865 is representative, right? 865 is representative because I have all flavors of people on my YouTube channel. Now, if I take that same poll and I put it in the New World Facebook, I'm going to get a different set of results. But if I take that same poll and I put it in the Final Fantasy XIV area, and I put it in the WoW area, and I put it in the ArcAge area, I'm going to get 3 different sets of results. The problem here is it is representative. It's representative of the people who follow one of the Ashes of Creation content creators who took the time to answer. It's not the first time I've done that poll. It's not the second time I've done that poll. It's not even the 10th time I've done that poll. And every time I do the poll, the numbers come out sometimes even worse for action combat. I've had the respondent data as high as 90% combination, right? So yes, I said it's anecdotal data, but it's empirical anecdotal data because it's representative of probably the 13th or 14th time I've done the poll. If you want to go even better for that, I can go with respondent data, polling, comments, go look at the 500 versus, go look at the hybrid combat video and look at what the people respond with. The majority of people who respond with tab enhanced is good enough. Most of them turn around and they say, most of the people who respond say Guild Wars 2. Now, I say to people all the time, Guild Wars 2 is not action combat. Guild Wars 2 is an action camera. When you, and again, in my video, I say action combat players don't know what they want. There's 3 different camps. They're all over the place. So why is Intrepid still trying to cater to an audience that won't get together and say, we unitedly would accept this as action combat? Did you know that if you give people BDO combat, the tab target players don't, or I'm sorry, the Guild Wars 2 players will say, I don't like that. If you give people action camera, the BDO players say, that's not precise enough. So you're literally saying, what are you looking for? What level of precision? Inside of action, there are a range of people. And like I said the other day when we did the little where are people on the number scale, a majority of the people who play Guild Wars 2 would come over to a good tab enhanced system, because remember, when you say Guild Wars 2 has this many players, you're right. Guild Wars 2 has this many players. And how many of them are playing an action camera? It's not a super majority. It's not even a majority. A huge chunk of Guild Wars 2, see, and that's the problem with gamers. Gamers like to look at one piece of data, not know anything about what that piece of data means, and start trying to use it as a cudgel to beat everybody to their point of view. Guild Wars 2 has how many players, according to anywhere but MMO population? Nobody knows. Not enough. But when you say Guild Wars 2 players want, I say, hold up a second. No, they don't. Guild Wars 2 players, the only statement you can make about what Guild Wars 2 players want from combat is that they want the Guild Wars 2 combat system, which would give them the choice of an action camera or not. I'd say if you don't like the results and you haven't voted, shut the fuck up, because you didn't bother to vote. You clearly didn't care enough to do anything but complain. You know, unfortunately, that is a problem with the community. The only group that could do this polling data right would be Intrepid. The problem is that if Intrepid did the polling data, right? If Intrepid did the polling data, tab players would be less likely to respond, because tab players are under the impression that they're already getting tab. You almost have to ask that question. You almost have to ask that question in such a way that you make everybody believe that if they don't vote, they're not going to get what they want. And then that's how you get people to actually vote. But then I'll also remind people, yeah, every Ashes hater would vote for BDO content. Exactly. Now the problem is that how do you make sure that bad actors aren't voting just to sway the election? Not that I want to go down I'm saying something and we're not going down this rabbit hole, but I want people to understand the gravity of what was just said. Joe Biden did not win the last presidential election. Donald Trump lost the last presidential election because polling data shows you a lot of people went out and voted for the other guy. They went out and said, I'm going to vote for who's ever running against Trump. I don't want Joe Biden. I don't want Trump more. That's the gravity of when people vote a certain way. They're not saying like Joe Biden's like, oh, I won the election. No, you really didn't. You were just better than the devil. That's what they teach you in political science and sociology and psychology. When they teach you in statistics, when they teach you polling data, they say, make sure you understand who you're polling. That's also why most polls have the same question 3 times, asked 3 different ways. It's a control question. If you answer that question differently all 3 times, they sort you into the margin of error group. If you answer that question the same way 3 times, you go into the actual legitimate group, because the majority of people are just filling out surveys and they're not paying attention. And some people are legitimately going in and giving bad data. I'm going to give bad respondent data just to mess you up. Also, because remember, if a company's trying to make data-driven decisions, they need good data. Especially consider the forums are filled with trying to mix BDO into AOC, like, talk about a vocal minority. Yes, exactly. You would also have to make sure that people understand the difference between action, action camera, tab enhanced, and tab. I feel too few people understand that. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct, which is why you will notice, ready? Straight tab, all tab target locked abilities. Tab enhanced, directional cones, ground AoEs. Action camera without precision, Guild Wars 2. Precision action camera, BDO. And then for some hybrid combination doesn't have an answer. And look at, I appreciate that. Sprocket's chasing down all them bits. Appreciate that. The problem here is some hybrid combination can literally be tab enhanced. It's a control question. It's a control option, because so I can take out that 19% and say, okay, if I take out the 19% that are going to be happy with a lot of different things, now start looking at the differences. 46% to 14, 46% to 16. Yeah, you know where to go. Let's see. Hypothetically, if Ashes eclipsed WoW or Final Fantasy in sub count, what would that indicate to studios? That they could cut costs dramatically, such as omitting cutscenes, voice acting, advertising. How do you think this would affect the video game industry? So, hypothetically, I'm not going to take a hypothetical that is absolutely unlikely to occur. No subscription-based game is ever going to eclipse WoW at 13 million subscribers. No subscription-based game is ever going to eclipse WoW. The window of opportunity that allowed WoW to slide into the market will never be recreated. If you guys want to know more about the concept of window of opportunity, it's a high-end book. It might be, I'm not trying to be condescending, but it's like a 300-400 level political science book. It's John Kingdon, the window of opportunity. You're going to learn about the window of opportunity through policy directives, but it's a good read. It's a good read anyway for understanding why certain legislation makes it one year and why it wouldn't have made it the other year. But the window of opportunity that allowed WoW to be the reigning king doesn't exist right now. That window just is not present. Now, Final Fantasy 14 in sub count is probably a more realistic option. However, I don't believe without the amount of PvE Final Fantasy 14 has, that Ashes could reach that level. I will say this, and I'm going to offend some Final Fantasy 14 fans. Everybody is raving about Endwalker, about how good Endwalker is. Endwalker sucks, in my opinion. Endwalker is horrible. Endwalker is literally cutscene after cutscene after cutscene. Final Fantasy 14 has PvP. What the fuck does that matter? What does that matter? It's not a PvP game. It's not, so you don't like it. That's fine. Don't be baselessly negative. There's no point. Final Fantasy 14 isn't designed to have PvP. It is a little tiny sample of PvP that even they think sucks. Back to my point. Endwalker, I think, is horrible. I don't know why Endwalker blew up. And no spoilers, but Endwalker is literally cutscene after cutscene after cutscene after cutscene. You came in and I heard you say it as PvP. When I said PvE, when did I say Final Fantasy 14 has PvP? Endwalker blew up because it's not Warcraft. Yes. In fact, Endwalker didn't. Yeah, I know I didn't. Fake Sweden. It's people that just. It's those people that teachers know they spend 90% of their time on 10% of the population. Endwalker blew up not because it's not World of Warcraft. Endwalker blew up because Final Fantasy blew up, and then all those people got hooked. Endwalker, in my opinion, is horrible. I can't get into it. Because I'm one of the few people who played Final Fantasy 2 America 6 Japan that knows where all of the moon stuff is coming from. Even the music is coming from there, right? The trick here is that I'm hoping it gets better, but really I've been very disappointed in Endwalker. Now, one thing about Final Fantasy expansions is they do tend to get a little bit better as they release the other content. But I would have to say Final Fantasy Endwalker so far has been the worst expansion to date. Possible Final Fantasy NFTs. You guys know my opinion on NFTs. NFTs are taking advantage of a population of people that are really too dumb to understand why they're being taken advantage of. I'm really disappointed in Square Enix jumping on that. Square Enix jumping on NFTs lets me know that Square Enix is in more financial trouble than they've let on. Do I mean in terms of story or gameplay? Both. So far the content I've had to do in Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker has been the only reason why it's been difficult is because they suddenly stat compressed everybody. And so healers aren't used to the panic buttons again. Nothing has been amazing yet. Could the underdog get away with cutscenes or story-driven vehicles? Ashes is a sandbox. Ashes is not a fucking sandbox. Ashes of Creation is not a fucking sandbox. If you are calling Ashes of Creation a sandbox, you are doing the game a disservice. Ashes of Creation is a theme box. Ashes of Creation has multiple themes in it. They interact between the PvE and the PvP. So I pray to God you aren't telling people Ashes of Creation is a sandbox when you're talking about the game, because people are afraid of sandboxes. Ashes of Creation is not a sandbox, okay? Stop saying that. It's 100% wrong. The company doesn't call it a sandbox, they call it a theme box. Nobody calls it a sandbox except people who don't know what they're talking about. Cutscenes are story-driven vehicles. Ashes is a theme box that doesn't seem primarily story-driven yet. Okay, you need to stop talking, Manmower, about Ashes of Creation, because you are uneducated about Ashes of Creation. There is a main storyline. There is a main storyline in Ashes of Creation. There are main story arcs. There's personal development story arcs. There's regional story arcs. So yes, there is a PvE, there is a radical PvE component to Ashes of Creation. The trick here is it is not done the same way that other games do it. The main story arc is done in such a way that you interact with it through multiple places, multiple times. There's many times that you get into the river. Each time you get into it, it's in a different spot. You're not going to follow a lead you by the nose, A to B to C to D to E. You might do the A to B piece, and then your world, you miss the B to C piece. You're going to find out about the B to C piece through other arcs. Also remember, not every server is going to have the same story. So there is a main story arc. The main story arc is the returners from Sanctus reclaiming Vera from both the corruption and how are they going to coexist with this new race called the Tolnar, who are the great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren of everybody that was having a Zion level orgy, right? But If Square Enix and Nintendo could mend whatever rift they had, they could make an update Mario RPG and make a ton of money. Yes, they could. Square Enix and Nintendo, Nintendo is mad at Square Enix from stuff that happened like 20 years ago, because when Square Enix wanted to make their money, they cost Nintendo money. And that's why Nintendo and Square Enix can't play nice in the sandbox. Hold on. With that said, is everybody good now? Okay. One of the things I wanted to we're gonna wait the 4 minutes. I'm gonna start it on the next let me throw on some tavern music. Most agree on not including a dungeon raid finder. What are your thoughts on a guild finder feature? So first of all, let me say this. There is a dungeon raid finder. There's not a dungeon raid party matchmaker that you go in and you click into. You will be able to find a party, a raid, whatever, by going to the local taverns and the looking for adventurers board. But yes, there is no duty roulette, there is no raid finder that matches you and then teleports you in. Nice costume. What do you mean costume? I dress like this in public. I think having a guild finder is a necessary evil. I think it's a necessary evil. I think you have to have it because you can't expect people to go out of the game to Discord or the forums to find a guild. I would love to say that we're at the point in the world where people would be recruited fairly, but we know that's not true. We know that an MMORPG really turns into The Walking Dead, and where it's the saviors or the the hilltops or the beach people. Money, people are a resource, money on the table. When you have a guild system that the guild levels, at launch, everybody is going to be rando invited into guilds because the guild leaders don't care. The guild leaders want to grow their guild to a certain level so they get the certain power. I personally believe, and I would do this if I was designing an MMORPG. In fact, it's one of the things I have written down in my little book of airports, where I used to be in airports all the time waiting for flights, and I was just thinking about ideas for an MMO. I think the XP that you earn for a guild, I think 80 to 90%, I think 80 to 90% of the XP should stay on the character. So if that character leaves the guild, 80 to 90% of the XP that they've contributed gets destroyed. I think 100% of the XP should get destroyed if you kick them. Maybe not. We'd have to do some sitting around and talking about that. But I think if a person leaves a guild, 80 to 90% of the XP they've contributed to the guild should leave with them, but then get destroyed. It's not like the person is worth 800 guild XP points when you put them in a guild. If they quit the guild, they take 80 to 90% of the XP with them. If you kick them out of the guild, maybe we make the kick out 90%, the leave 70%, some numbers there. Because I think that it's a bad system where guilds can level to guild level 10, lose most of their members, and then keep all their benefits. That's just my personal belief. People could disagree, but I think that guilds should constantly be rising and falling in power based on their membership. That way you stop the whole, I recruit everybody at launch, and then they level my guild up, and then I kick them out. So... no reason to go backwards on convenience features. Manmower, yes, there is. Manmower, I don't know if you're like trolling or if you're just deliberately here to try to push my buttons today, but I'm really just getting close to removing you from the channel because those aren't convenience features. They're not convenience features. They're guild features. They're guild things. Why should the guild retain the features that it's developed if it gets rid of all of its members? I don't agree with guild finders. Guilds are social. Go talk to people. Yeah, the thing is, I think they're a necessary evil, though, because no reason to go backwards on oh, okay, you're referring to guild. You're referring to dungeon stuff. The reason why first of all, you're not going backwards on it. Do you know why there's dungeon finders? It's because people didn't want to talk anymore. Final Fantasy 14 is a much better example of this than WoW. In Final Fantasy 14, you can click on the dungeon finder, you can completely run the dungeon and never speak to anybody. There are days where I'm not feeling social. I run a dungeon, I never say hello, I never say hi, I never say good run, I never say thanks for the run. I literally, I'm the tank. In anybody who's played Final Fantasy 14, you know, up until this expansion, dungeons go like this. First group, second group, big pull. Third group, fourth group, big pull. Boss. 5, 6, big pull. 7, 8, big pull. Boss. 9, 10, 11, 12, boss. Goodbye. I don't even... I look at the healer, I look at the healer's gear, and I'm like, am I doing double pulls or not? Okay, doing double pulls. We're going to be out of here in 6 minutes. We're going to do a 30-minute dungeon in 6 minutes because I'm going to turbo pull this because the healer's going to keep me alive and the DPS are going to try. Final Fantasy 14 gets to the point after a few months, a major update where no one leaves town and just queues for the dungeon. Yes, I agree. I agree that guilds should fluctuate over time on a server so you see natural change in power structure. I agree with that, yes. I have 2 apples full of macros for ASCII art and communications. Yeah, I don't do that either. Do you know if you're going to be able to find where the player is? Let's say I'm a big Jahlon hater. Can I find your location and by who? No, you're not going to be able to find... You're not going to be able to find where the person is with a /where is command. There may be features in certain nodes that allow you to locate where a player is. This worked fairly well in EVE Online with espionage agents. And what happened is... you would ask the espionage agent, have you seen Jahlon? And it would tell you the next time I dock in a station. But what it won't tell you is, what are you doing, desk? What it won't tell you is exactly what system I'm in. Now, the problem here is, with Ashes being so big and so fluid, and people moving around all the time, I don't know if that would work.
Tab targeted ability.
Yes, Steven, a tab targeted ability. I left you on. Go back in your box. Anyway, am I gonna play Lost Ark? No, I don't see any reason to play Lost Ark. Lost Ark is a shitty Diablo. If I want to play a shitty version of Diablo, I'll just play Diablo. So, with that said, we're gonna talk about how's the volume? How's the music volume? Good? Because I'm doing a video. What I want to talk about here, and we're going to start. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at the art of war. And this is really where people got really excited for parkour. People got excited for this video, and this video is a couple of years old now, and people are really excited about parkour and infiltration. Now, on the years and years of information we've gotten from Intrepid, the parkour ability is supposed to be restricted to rangers and rogues. And originally they wanted free parkour. They wanted the ability to climb pretty much anything, walls, trees, and again, this video is a concept video from all the way back in 2017. Then they talked about certain classes are able to climb parkour in certain areas. Climbing parkour is not a free form and will likely be restricted to certain quests, locations, or objects. But then they started talking about all classes will have maneuverability, traversal, utility abilities, like all classes will be able to use a grappling hook. And then as time went on, they started to figure out that this isn't a good idea. These were all their 2017. These were all their 2017. This is how we're going to do that. We're going to allow people to just go over obstacles. We're going to allow people to we're going to allow people to bypass the terrain. Now, I'm all for, right? I am all for, absolutely all for parkour. I understand that for some people it's a huge deal, right? For some people it's a huge deal. You have a wall, right? And here's your castle, and this is roughly the shape of the Alpha 1 castle. There's a gate here, and a gate here, right? And in Alpha 1, these walls weren't fully destructible. I don't know if they're going to move back to the fully destructible idea. However, the idea of putting up ladders is a great siege idea. You know, you put up ladders, you get on the top of the wall. However, exactly what Manmower just said, seems like you'd have to design all the buildings with parkour in mind, would be a lot of work and mess with sieges. Exactly. Because if there's a little tiny section of the wall back here that a rogue can simply parkour over, and then if there's a lever here for the gate, now you're kind of radically changing how the siege design works. So now what you're going to have is you're going to have the rogues. The rogue players are going to say, well, why aren't there more parkour spots during sieges? And the truth of the matter is, what's the point of developing all the chaos mechanics, the destruction physics of the gate, the wall, if it's going to just become meta to run a bunch of rogues and force the people to camp all these levers? You see what I'm saying? Like, your design decision to put in parkour has had a secondary effect of not, well, if you put in parkour, you got to give them the ability to open up the gate somehow. And then the tertiary effect of that is now I have to leave 3 to 4 people at each lever, and now I'm creating a meta for the defense. Now, because the meta has become to leave 3 to 4 people at the lever, now they're going to just start sending in more rogues, right? The other problem becomes, what about when you're on a caravan route, right? And you've got your caravan, and there's suddenly a tree here, right? And the person who's going to try to steal your caravan has parkoured up the tree. Do I think this is a great idea? Sure, absolutely I do. However, I don't think it's a great idea if you suddenly make it where only rogues can climb trees. Why would only rogues be able to climb trees? Why not rangers and rogues? Why aren't mages able to elevate or levitate to the top of the tree and just step into it? You know, that the problems with parkour become, you've done this one really cool thing that expands the bounds of the game. what other things are you going to add? Now, the other problem people are going to start to have is, well, you spent all this time to develop parkour. Why didn't you make it so that we can knock the trees down, right? And set up roadblocks? And you're going to say, but what does that have anything to do with parkour? And you're going to say, well, now I'm interacting with the environment. Why did you limit interaction with the environment to only be parkour? Dig underground. Why can't when I'm sieging this node, why can't I dig trenches? And I know what you're saying. You're like, how did we get here? How did we get here from parkour? Because now you're taking into account environmental features, right? And why did you only put your toes in the water? The other problem becomes, what if you have a dungeon, right? What if you have a dungeon that's supposed to be, you know, you have a dungeon that's supposed to be a rising tower, right? And I talked about this once before about the parkour. Appreciate that. So you have a dungeon that's supposed to be a rolling tower up. And I think fighting upwards in a tower is great content. I really do. I think when you know that there's the up or out is it. I like your perspective on so much gaming related. Nice work. Hey, I appreciate that. So you've got a boss here, you've got a boss here, and you've got the big boss on the roof, right? Well, if everybody can just parkour up the sides, then the boss at the top is going to get farmed disproportionately. Well, you just don't let people climb the sides of the tower and make it in. Then we go back to the point of, well, then why do you have parkour in it to begin with? If parkour isn't going to be universally applicable and universally accessible, why do you have it in? But now with that said, guys, I'm interested in knowing what you guys think. Just on parkour. What do you guys think about parkour? Is parkour something that Intrepid should take the time to develop? Should they develop it for launch? Should they scrap it for launch? And should they put it in later? Or do we just realize that this is a really cool 2017 feature that probably needs to hit the chopping block? Zetrix thinks that parkour should be post-launch. So then should parkour be post-launch only in the new expansion areas, or will they have to go back and look at every single area and redo them? If you can parkour all the surfaces that are appropriate size, it's cool. But if they're arbitrary set to only specific terrain types, it's weird. I do agree with you. I think if you're going to do parkour, you got to do it all in from the very beginning. I think parkour is something that would be neat, that would need to be considered during development, but I'm no subject matter expert. Yes. Parkour should be in the game from the start. That's fair. The coolness isn't worth the headaches, at least on launch. I'd rather they invest in effort somewhere. That's a big one. Should they be investing differently? Think you're missing one important point: structure and materials. Some materials certainly build structures are unclimbable. Not sure I feel about parkour. That's good. Not sure how you feel about the parkour. All I've said is some introvert. Oh no, it's not related. We're only on parkour at the moment, guys. We're only on parkour. I enjoy BDO's style, which was very similar to what was shown in the live stream, where you can climb ledges. That's not really parkour, though. That's just a way to traverse terrain. That's like, I almost feel like they're including that for the parkour people who want the experience. I don't really like climbing up the ledges the way Steven did, but I'll tolerate it. I'll probably just jump off more stuff. I don't know if it's worth the work to make parkour when only the Rogue and Ranger players would be able to do it. I 100% agree with that. If you're going to put parkour into the game, everybody should be able to climb, period. I think it should be post-launch if it hasn't been built into the design already. I agree. I agree with that statement. I don't think there should be parkour, but I wouldn't be against climbing. I agree with that. I think that there would be no problem if you had grappling hooks and climbing. So for your tower, if they intentionally put it bricks or balconies sticking out, trying to push you off, that'd be cool. Climbing as an encounter design, sure. Parkour freedom, no. I'm tired of bad PvP where my enemy hides behind a pillar. If someone is going to kill me, he needs to make it flashier. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Will you be able to build, again, not what we're talking about. We're only talking about parkour at the moment. If you want to ask those questions when we're done with the parkour segment, bring those questions back and just put a repost on them. Imagine if we had a spider mount that could climb walls in a parkour style. That would be interesting, and that's something they'd have to factor in as well. If we're putting in parkour, are we going to put in climbing mounts? Parkour is glitchy and buggy in games based around the function. I don't think it'll work. I think you can make it work. I do agree that parkour in a lot of games is buggy. Someone loves the hat. Thank you. I love the hat too. I have multiple top hats. Parkour doesn't mean a free scaling smooth surface. I'd be fine with it. You skill into, but only rogues and fighters. See, I have to disagree with you. Unless you're going to create some way of vertical movement for all the classes, I don't think you... First of all, I can't limit it to rogues and fighters because rangers should be able to parkour equally with a rogue. And then when you say rogues, fighters, rangers, now you start to... Okay, rogues, fighters... Rangers, then other classes just simply don't get to go to certain parts of the world. I saw somebody say you could grease your walls in sieges. Obviously, if we're going to put parkour on the PvP encounter, we have to give the defenders a way to defeat it. But then we also run into the problem of parkour is great for the defender, or to beat the defender who has high walls. I'm skilling into something that doesn't help me in sieges to beat the defenders. Will you get iframes during parkour for PvP? Too soon to tell, but probably not. I don't see them going the iframe route. I like the idea that rogues rangers could find sneaky things in dungeons with parkour. Mages could levitate across big gaps, dispel magical walls. True, but now you start to get into the idea of equality, and are you building things for the sake of building them? Or are you building things that are actually good? Parkour in like Assassin's Creed or Dying Light, or what is meant by parkour? Yeah, like Assassin's Creed. That's what we're talking about. I think all classes should be able to parkour, but rogues should get an extra perk for it, like climb faster and such. I don't think so. I think you make it... I think if you do that, then you're creating a developer meta. The grapple hook is a cool idea. I do like that. Opens up a crafting item. Absolutely. The ability to climb most anything sounds like a giant headache to design around. 100%. Free parkour is going to be a giant pain. I'd be fine with taking it out altogether. Mantling is enough. True. Parkour and sieges for me makes it so hard to imagine seeing it work out. I agree. Parkour grappling hooks cause so many problems in dev time. Everything needs to be tested way longer, and keeping boundaries, bugs at bay. The idea of climbing or jumping puzzles is cool. I hate jumping puzzles. I hope there's no tangible rewards from them. Jumping puzzles are great for a minority part of the community, but when you put mandatory things behind them, it really irritates people. Revelation Online and Guild Wars 2 both saw this. Do you think parkour abilities should be included as part of a Rogue Ranger secondary? That is actually probably the best idea. If you make the parkour abilities tied to the Rogue Ranger secondary, then everybody does have access to it. It becomes a character choice. What if it's linked to weapon or class or a skill that has been invested in so everyone could, but not everyone would be able to? Yeah, you'd only be able to do that. You'd only be able to link it to a subclass if you make it Ranger and Rogue subclass, not main class. I mean, people will parkour regardless of if there's support for it. No, they won't. You can't do what the game doesn't support. Period. Jumping off of stuff and sliding down the edges isn't parkour. Parkour off edges or where the devs build around that. The point is that they're going to build around it. If they don't have parkour already in and thinking about it, it would just cause so many issues. I agree. I agree. Yeah, movement is such a fundamental feature. I would assume they give it to everyone. Yes. Now we're getting to the point where, yeah, everybody has to have it. I think jumping puzzle rewards like completionist for each area is fine, but no item rewards. Yeah, I agree with you. Like in Star Wars: The Old Republic, where you had to find the cubes, it was annoying because there were some people who couldn't do it. There were a lot of those cubes that I would get to the spot, and then I would sorcerer pull people up because they hated it. Having the augments from the Rogue Ranger secondary could be a really cool way of making the same climbing ability, but different flavors. Grapple, levitate, climbing, summon. Yeah, well, no, because you would have parkour or grapple. You wouldn't be having the summons because you wouldn't be a summoner secondary at that point. You'd be a rogue or a ranger secondary. Make it parkourable environment is obvious, so it's not parkourable anywhere, but there are games I've played where platforming parkour was required to move to the next area, and sometimes that was such as pain in the hind. Think Destiny endgame raids. Yeah, that's the problem. People want to take parkour and they want to turn it into jumping puzzles, and a lot of people don't like those. Parkour means climb up any wall you like. Well, parkour can be climb up any wall you like or climb up certain walls. You can do it both ways. WoW had jumping puzzles that got everyone once in vanilla. If you didn't jump, you spent another 5 minutes running back to the jumping point. Don't lag. Yeah, that is the problem. Just put key points on buildings for the grapple hook. Yeah, that's the way you get around it. Like, you can only shimmy up by grappling the crane sticking out of the building or a post to a cross broken bridge. Yeah. The problem is that, the problem is when you put it as a big point, then, it's no longer skill. It's, oh, click on that. I think parkour should only be for rogue and hunter with a lesser version you can use. The problem now is if you give parkour only to rogue and rangers, what do you give to everybody else? I think if you can parkour and climb up everywhere and every time, they need to make the enemy NPCs also be able to follow you somehow or cheese your way to kill hard NPCs. I agree with that. I agree. If we see what happened with Cataclysm and WoW and the advent of the ability to fly in Azeroth or Shadowbringers and the ability to fly in A Realm Reborn, then we see some of the serious issues that can arise from adding in parkour without designing the environment to handle it in the first place. You can come in after and you can add it, but there'll always be zones that just don't fit the quality and depth of textures. To talk about that real quick, because I can talk about Final Fantasy. People in Final Fantasy were mad that they couldn't fly in the original areas. So what they did was they added flying into the original areas. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, Jay, flying and parkour are two different things. You're right, they are. But there are maps in Final Fantasy that were specifically designed to be an adventure. There were maps in Final Fantasy that were specifically designed to make you go a certain route. And now with the flying, you just bypass that altogether. It's the point of, we didn't build this area with flying in mind, and so now when we double back and we put flying in it, it doesn't work out right. It doesn't work out properly because we didn't design it this way in the beginning. So yeah, I think everybody here is pretty much of the same mindset. I didn't see too many dissensions. Then if parkour only applies for things specifically designed for it, then it might work. Otherwise, it would probably be way too chaotic side effects. Some game mechanics need limits to work or at least be meaningful. Yes, absolutely. Without limits, your abilities have no meaning. Similar to adding mounts in New World, but that's small potatoes for them. Yeah, I mean, it's the I don't know why they didn't do that in the very beginning. I like the Batman Arkham City stuff. Some place you could anchor your grappling hook, vines, or ladders were climbable, but it was all pretty obvious after a little playing. And there was some skill to doing it right, but there were other ways to complete the objectives without doing it the way it was conveyed. True. A design idea. If you want poor car, you can do it for special events like Siege's Wars, but then you can add attacker, defender, pre-war objectives to add or remove parkour points. Yeah, I could see that. You could do that. Give nothing to the other classes. It should be part of the identity of rogue and hunter classes. Every class can do everything. What's the point of having classes? I didn't say give parkour. I said in response to, then what do you give the other classes? If you give something to one class and you don't keep the equation balanced, then you're creating a developer meta. So you need to have equality, because if rangers and rogues are more versatile than, say, fighters, then it might be worth having a little bit lower of a DPS output in exchange for having that special ability. Remember, you can't change your primary archetype. So whatever your primary archetype is, that's it. That's you. You can't change it. So for everybody else, if you've been watching on YouTube, I'd love for you to throw down your opinions on parkour as well. Should only Ranger and Rogue have them? Should everybody have them? Should everybody have some sort of movement ability? Should there be grappling hooks? Just throw down some ideas. With that said, that is my new attempt. That is my new attempt to try to produce 50% more content a year. Why would parkour be a Ranger Rogue thing? Makes no sense. Yes, it does. Think about D&D. Rangers and rogues have, like, rogues usually have climb. Rangers usually have climb. The cleric usually doesn't have climb. Rangers and rogues are the Rangers and rogues are the mobile characters, the spies. Fighters can do athletics checks. Yes, they can. You're absolutely right. They can. Agility classes, yeah, the classes that are based on agility. I mean, remember, when you go 1-for-1 direct correlation to D&D, again, tabletop games that are done well, like I can take classes and riffs of the tabletop game that have no class or ability restrictions, and I can literally say, okay, I'm going to take a character with no ability restrictions and build something completely off the wall. Ashes of Creation was built in Pathfinder first, so there's going to be a tie-in. Yeah. Now, with that said, in some tabletop games, there are no ability restrictions. In other tabletop games, there are. For example, a doctor can't take espionage skills, can't take military skills, unless their class is actually military doctor. And then in that case, when they take military doctor, they have different abilities that they can take and can't take. You know what I'm saying? So. That said, tank having 100 kilogram armor parkour. Yeah, that's a silly one, but yeah, I agree. Repost that one that I saw a couple of times about a spy network. Would I ever consider developing your own tabletop module? You've got a lot of knowledge. 46 Nation, I have developed 2 tabletop modules in my life. One tabletop module and a LARP module. I developed a tabletop module for a called Big Eye Small Mouth. It was an anime-based rule set. I actually took riffs and I converted riffs to Big Eye Small Mouth because it was much faster, those rule sets. And then I was a LARP storyteller for the Camarilla, which was White Wolf's official LARP organization, and I did a lot of the rules conversions for when we went. Oops, my daughter's reindeer. I'm back, reindeer. So in the Camarilla, when we went from this book to this book, I did a lot of the rules writing for this. I helped with a lot of the rules writing for the organization. Is there an encumbrance system, or is it strictly based on bag size? So can't answer that yet. There's not going to be an encumbrance system for character weight, but there is an encumbrance system for inventory. Will you be able to build a spy network in opposing nodes prior to war declarations to gain menial benefit during the war? No. You don't build mechanics for a spy network. You go live. There's no delays, Zetrix. I'm literally watching people type and it come up immediately on chat. I'm behind on grabbing it, but there's not there's no delay. I'm delayed because I'm catching people's questions. But no, the chat coming up on screen isn't delayed. No, there's not going to be a way to build a spy network, because that starts. I mean, I totally understand that that's something that you could do, but they're not building a 4X. They're not building a hybrid MMORPG 4X network, 4X game. What they're building is they're building a MMORPG. Once you start getting into those things like, can you build a spy network? Well, how do you do that without it being a player versus game thing? There's a 2-second delay, but that's not what he was referring to. There's a 2-second moderation delay so that I can grab the stuff before it gets on the screen. But there's not a chat delay. What he's talking about is, right now in my OBS, I'm at 59 seconds. And then I'm looking at the live stream and I'm at 1 minute. Usually after an hour into the show, I would be at 30 seconds on the timer and you guys would be at a minute. That's just the nature of the beast. The more times I switch scenes, the more videos I load, there just becomes more and more delay. I personally hate encumbrance systems via weight. They just never make sense or are poorly implemented and hinder the player. Slot-based items are nice. The problem with slot-based items is that people get mad when they can't stack to 1,000. Ashes of Creation is going to be doing a quantity-based, volume-based, count-based sort of deal. So they are doing that in order to make sure that you don't have people walking around the world with the traditional stereotypical, I have enough iron ore to build an entire battleship in my backpack. Because they want their caravan system. They want their caravan system to be meaningful. So, I 100%, 1,000%, a bazillion percent get down with that. That's how it should be. You should not be able to have an entire forest in your backpack, right? I remember having fun with new players in EQ, give them 2,000 copper and they freak out about the money, but they can't move an inch. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You give you give people so much stuff that now they can't move. I do agree with you. Are they tying encumbrance with strength? No, because there's no encumbrance. Everybody will see. The reason why you can't tie encumbrance to strength is because, again, then you create a developer meta. A developer meta, for those of you that aren't familiar with the phrase, a developer meta is when, through bad decisions of the developer, certain things become the most efficient tactic available. If you tied encumbrance to strength, then you would basically be saying, to be a gatherer, you have to be a tank or a fighter. Or you've had to do something where every stat is equally important to every character. And I'm not saying that you can't do it that way. You can absolutely, positively make it so every stat is important to every character. However, that is very hard to do. That is very, very hard to do. I believe that every stat should be important to every character because I believe in the whole well-rounded character concept. So, for example, if you're a cleric and you decide, appreciate the follow, If you're a cleric and you decide to take minimum strength, 4 strength, then I don't think you should be able to wear any armor above cloth, because I believe that armor should be based on your ability to don it. Now, I know what some people are going to say. Plate mail isn't that heavy. Plate mail is very flexible. Let me tell you, I'm not talking about plate mail. I'm comparing it to military body armor. Be in your military body armor, and then be the poor sumbitch that has to have an 80-pound toolbox that you've converted into a tool vest. So you have a tool vest on top of your Kevlar vest, right? Because you're not going to haul this 80-pound basically briefcase around with you. Now, people are like, oh, the military. And I'm not talking about the fat boys in the Air Force, because they piss me off too. I'm not talking about the fat boys in the Navy or the Army. They piss all of us off. And you're running around and you're suddenly carrying, what? Is it 86 pounds? You're suddenly carrying 86 pounds of gear? Holy shit, does that make a difference? Why do they have different rated body armor for different genders? Because take a 110-pound girl and put 86 pounds of body armor, ammo, Kevlar, helmet, weapon, first aid kit, backpack, rucksack. It's same thing. Like the kid, I'll call it a kid. The kid can pass their PT test, but they can't move. Now, no, you don't get to assign your stat points. They're seeded by your primary archetype and your race, and then they grow. So I'll talk about resource gathering in 1 second. That description needs to be thought out. There can only be one unique key. It can be limited on multiple things. I don't know where you're going with that. Every stat should be meaningful to every character. Otherwise, there's no negative to min-maxing. True. However, they're not going that way. I kind of don't like that, but I will have to look into the system more. I like doing crazy things like making strength rangers. Okay, so you can make a strength ranger. Okay? You can make a strength ranger. You're just going to have to do it a little bit different of a way, right? You can make a Great Maul wielding ranger. But yes, like Threather said, the way you're going to do that is you're obviously most likely probably not going to take a Vec and make it as a two-handed wielding ranger, because I'm imagining the Vec being goblin size are going to have low strength. If you're going to be a Renkai and you're the size of a person who eats heads off of humans, probably the right way to go with that. But like Threather said, you make that up with other choices. You make that up with gear choices. You make that up with augments, right? I want to grab this one before it gets too far away. Can I talk a little bit on how resource gathering will work in Ashes of Creation, like scarcity of resources and gathering professions for what we know right now? Yes, first and foremost, you're going to get a much better answer on gathering professions if you go over to ashes101.com. I just linked it for you. That's my website. That's my textbook. I wrote it. By the way, guys, if you see something wrong on Ashes 101, make sure you point it out to me so I can get in there and work on it. Giving out a 5-pack. Appreciate that. Now is the time for anybody to drop their 100 bits or their Prime subs so that we get a hype train and you guys get free emotes. With that said, real quickly, there are numerous gathering professions. Right now, we know of farming, fishing, herbalism, lumberjacking, mining, and taming. There will probably be a few more. There'll probably be a few more coming. There's 100 bits. We need one more person. One more unique person, and I have to wear a funny hat. With that said, you'll be able to master some, but not all of them. So if you want to master farming, fishing, and lumberjacking, you can. You'll still be able to do a little bit of mining, taming, and herbalism, but you won't be able to master it. Now, what does mastering it mean versus just being able to do it? We don't know yet. They did not show us a lot of the... there it is. One hat off. One hat on. And a train whistle. because you guys deserve every train whistle I can ever give you. Got a little choo-choo train at the bottom. I don't think it's fair to Chibi that he's riding on a bomb about to get hit by a train, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So yeah, so gathering, you're also going to be able to, you're also going to have to do things. You're going to have to master your crafts. Like what Manmower says, are folks just going to run alts to get around the crafting skill restrictions? I am sure there are going to be some people. Unfortunately, I cannot stretch in Victorian era clothing. It is very form-fitting. I cannot stretch. There's just no way. I'll tear the clothing. You weren't meant to stretch in Victorian era clothing. Are folks just gonna run alts to get around the crafting restrictions? Sure. But here's the problem. There is a difference between there is a difference between oh, it's not volume and weight and encumbrance, or it's not volume and weight and quantity. It's volume. They're looking at volume. They're looking at weight. They're looking at quantity. They're not sure how they're going to do it yet. They haven't made that. They haven't made that decision. The thing about Ash as a creation is there is a difference, right? There is a difference between max level crafter and master crafter, right? The difference between a max level crafter and a master crafter is this person over here is level 50 in tailoring, right? They're level 50 and they have access to, you know, a bunch of recipes, but they are not a level 50 tailor is not a master tailor. A master tailor is somebody who has been a member of a social organization, been a member of a religion, has traveled the world, has found recipes. If you want to try to be self-sufficient on your own freehold and have 6 alts for all the crafting, that's fine. But I think you will have wasted an awful lot of time that you should have spent, you know, making friends and doing deals and working trades, because people are going to come to you and you're going to be like, oh, I'm a max level crafter. And people are going to say, okay, can you make me, I'm just for the lulls, right? Just for the lulls, because there are no guns and ashes. You're a max level gunsmith. And so somebody brings you the Brown Journal of Jahlon. They beat me this morning and they got my Brown Journal, and they come to you and they say, can you make the steampunk pistol, right? Can you make the steampunk pistol? And you're like, no, I can't. And at that point, your reputation is going to go down, because people are going to say, well, you're not a master crafter. You're just a max level one. And then you're going to be like, well, I spent all this time leveling 8 alts so that I can process everything and I can craft everything. So people come to your freehold and they're like, can you process blood diamonds? And you're going to be like, no, I can't, because I haven't mastered geology. I haven't mastered gem cutting. I've max leveled it, but I haven't gone through the steps of getting those. While alts can be fun to try other classes for crafting and economy, they suck. Games like Arcade Ruin. Okay, so again, Final Fantasy XIV tries to do a little bit of this, making it hard for alts to master everything. But in the end of the day, even Yoshi P has admitted we made some really big mistakes. We've made some really big mistakes. And Vale Miss Warden, I don't have the kind of playtime to level alts if one takes 45 days. Remember, leveling a craft doesn't require you to level your character. I could level my own smelting alt by just feeding my own smelting alt the ore that I get. Again, though, the problem is that whatever system they put into place to de-incentivize alts will be there. So for example, something ArcAge did with, oh, hold on, I gotta remember to do that. Something ArcAge did with trying to make the economy more robust was they said instead of 3-to-1 on an ingot, now it's 5-to-1. Well, imagine if your artisan system works like this. When you're a max level crafter, up until the time you're max level, it takes 10 ore to make 1 ingot. And then when you get to max level, it takes 7 ore per ingot. But what if when you're a master crafter and you've mastered it, it only takes 5 ore per ingot? Now your profit margin goes up. So the people that are trying to master multiple things on multiple characters, they're losing money the whole time. You don't like being able to master a lot of branches. You can't. You can only master one side. You can master gathering, you can master processing, or you can master crafting. Once you're a master gatherer, you can never be a master processor or crafter. Whatever side you focus on, you can master some, but not all of the things in that branch. So you could be a master alchemist, scribe, and cook, but you won't be able to be a master shipbuilder, siege weapons, weaponsmith, jewel crafting. You won't be able to master anything else. Some, but not all. We don't know how many. At one point, it was you could master everything on the branch, and Intrepid, being Intrepid and listening to feedback from the players, they realized that the actual serious crafters don't want to be able to master everything. The actual serious people say, give me a system where my time is rewarded because I've mastered something. Even if I can't master everything, what I've mastered, I've mastered. Look at it this way. If I'm an armor crafter and I have to wait for several different people to give me stuff so I can make a helmet, I'm going to go insane trying to make a full set. Except the problem, the thing you're missing there, right? And I absolutely get your point. I absolutely get your point. But Axel, you're the third part in the production chain, right? You're the third step in the production chain. Crafters should be fighting at launch for resources. You should be fighting for resources at launch. Because what normally happens in games is the gathering profession is oversaturated, so there's no value in being a processor. And crafters, there's more materials on the auction house than there are crafters to use it, very rapidly dropping the price, right? In Ashes, it's going to be the other way around. In Ashes, Axel's going to be on really good terms with me, and Axel's going to be on really good terms with the Node by the Sea. And so Axel, you're a member of Guild Car Parts because you're Axel. So your guild is Car Parts. And so Axel comes up to the Node by the Sea every other day to craft because he's purchasing stuff there, and he's got to deal with Paradox's logistics branch that he comes in, and we have a standing order for him every third day. We have 5,000 iron ore and 5,000 lumber. That's his order. But now he's not due to come till tomorrow. He's not due to come in until Thursday. And on Wednesday, I get a report. I log in the morning, and my night shift people say, hey, we had a caravan jacked last night by Car Parts. And I PM Axel, and I say, hey, what the fuck is wrong with your guild, dude? Your guild attacked one of our caravans. Now, at this point, this is where that social interaction becomes so important in a game like Ashes of Creation. Axel isn't an officer you're not an officer. You're not the guild leader. You're just a member. Work with my example here, please. Axel's not a guild leader. He's not an officer. But Axel's personal business is being jeopardized by his guild. Now, his guild respects him because he's a master crafter, right? His guild respects him. He's a master crafter. He makes their stuff. But now here's the problem. I say to Axel, I was like, yeah, your guild attacked a Paradox shipping wagon. And he's like, well, what do you want me to do about it? Oh, well, nothing. Axel comes up for his Thursday delivery. Sorry, don't have your Thursday delivery. Your guild has your shit because it's what they stole from us. Or I say to Axel, your guild jacked a caravan. And yeah, exactly. I would either have to work something out with them or you, or I would have to quit. Exactly. So now this is where social organization, ramifications, personal interactions are going to matter. So I'm going to go to Axel and say, your guild jacked one of my guild's caravans. Axel's going to say, hold on. I got this. So Axel's going to go to his leadership and say, do you guys realize that where we get our weapons is from the logistics company that you jacked on Wednesday, and I'm supposed to get a shipment today. What did you guys steal, and give it the hell back? And that guild leader's going to be like, I'm not going to do that. Now what happens? Axel guild quits, sends me a message. Hey man, I find that totally unacceptable. They knew we had an agreement. They knew you were where I go to get my stuff. I quit the guild. Sorry to hear that. Can I still get my delivery? Yes, you can. Would you like to join our logistics company? Would you like to join our manufacturing branch? Axel's like, yes, I would. So Axel jumps in and he's like, why did my prices just go down? Well, because your prices are now down because you're in the guild. You get the guild discount. See, this is where a lot of guild leaders are going to be in so over their head. You feel the urge to fight them windmills? Yeah, a lot of people do. The problem is guild leaders in games like Arcade, they are just used to having a pack of rabid dogs, right? They're used to just having people running around. LOL, I'm so random. It doesn't matter. There's no repercussions because the entire economy is just jacked up. There is no meaningful economy. When there's no meaningful economy, there are no economic warfare means. There are no other ways to hamper a guild. To use my Nodes by the Sea example, but basically, let's actually drop into the Jahlon Ross so we can talk about. I talk about this in a video on castles. But here's the local castle, right? Here's the regional castle. And we're going to put a node here, a node here, a node here, and a node here. And then just for giggles, we're going to make this the regional boundary, right? So the regional boundary's up here a little bit. Yeah, that'll do. So this monarch wins. The monarch's up here. And what happens is today, it just so happened today, this monarch defended his castle, and he's been a shitbird monarch the whole time. The whole last month he was a shitbird monarch. He won his defense. He's making life miserable for all the citizens in his region. Some of his citizens are going to leave the region. There goes their tax money. Some of the mayors are going to say, well, I'm the mayor down here, right? Jahlon is the mayor of this node. And I'm like, well, I don't want to move because my guild's been here for months. We want to get rid of this monarch. We are no buy orders. All sell. Right? And so let's put two little feeder nodes here. These nodes are feeding my node, but we're shipping everything out. And I talk to these mayors. We're not doing any buy orders. We are keeping nothing on the local economy. The mayors are buying it up. I'm going to all the rich nobles. I'm going to all the other guild leaders, and I'm saying, buy everything up and ship it out of this economic region. Nothing on sale. Nothing. No ore, no lumber, no diamonds, no food, no bread, no fish, nothing. Buy it all up and ship it out. 29 days from now, we've hired in a mercenary company to come in and siege the castle, right? I've hired mercs. All these guild leaders have gotten together and they say, Jay, you're going to join this mercenary company on siege day because we're going to try to make Jahlon the monarch. Well, why is this really easy? Because the monarch pissed off all of his mayors. The monarch's scrambling. He doesn't have his 3 castle nodes developed, right? He doesn't have his 3 castle nodes developed because we didn't have, there were no resources for him to buy to build up those 3 nodes. So his defenses are really low. Number 2, he's got no money, right? Because all of these monarchs on the day we've been working with this mercenary company for a month. Hey guys, Tax Wagon is going to be spawning in an hour. We can't attack it. We're also not going to defend it, but we're going to follow people. The Tax Wagon, right? The Tax Wagon spawns to take the weekly taxes to the monarch. Here comes the mercenary group. They hit the Tax Wagon. They bring us back a little bit of our money. They keep the rest. Our fee is 10,000 plus whatever. Anything above that, we give to you. So these organizations all get money from the mercenary companies that have been running in and killing all these tax wagons, right? And then again, we're buying up all the resources and shipping them out. Now the monarch can't build gates, can't build defenses, can't build siege ammo, doesn't have buffs, food buffs, drink buffs for his people. The monarch doesn't have money because he hasn't been getting tax wagons. He can't bring in mercenaries. He can't bring in ringers. And then what happens is this mercenary company escorts me in. I complete the channel and I'm now the monarch. What do? I immediately reverse everything that monarch has done. And I say, bring it all in, bring it all back. Let's get to building. What do you guys need? What do you need? This node right here, I'm gonna quick cut a different cut here. So this is the borderlands. This is a stage 3 node. This is a stage 4. This is the node in my region. It can't level up because it's being neighbor blocked. Well, as the monarch, I rally all those other people up. I bring the garrison guild, which the garrison guild is the monarch's guild. And then I bring everybody else. We drop a siege here. We destroy this. This goes up to 4. More money goes this way. This mayor is happy because his monarch supported him, right? These are the things that the average guild leader isn't going to be able to handle. Good morning. English only on the channel, though. English only on the channel. Just because we want to make sure that nobody feels like we're breaking into, conversations they can't follow. Have you heard the tales of Trash Monarch the Bold? It's not a tale the node by the sea would tell you. Yes, exactly. Only amount of backstabbing, only MMO I've seen with that amount of backstabbing is EVE Online. Very true. Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. I've been drinking an awful lot of tea this morning. Alrighty. What is going to be the main source of income for the regular player? New World made it so you can make no money just killing mobs. Will it be the same with Ashes? So yes, in Ashes of Creation, unless you're killing a humanoid mob, you are not getting money. In Ashes of Creation, there will be quest reward money, but this will be very minimal. They don't want to have an infinite source of money There will not be an infinite source of money, because what these are is what this does is this breaks the closed circle of an economy. That is a horrible circle. I am not the guy that can draw a freehand circle. There we go. This breaks the closed circle of the economy, because what happens is you have money coming in from nothingness, quest rewards, mob drops, right? So this breaks your closed economy, and when you keep adding money and money and money into a system, what you have is rampant inflation. Now, what game companies try to do is they try to take out money via gold sinks, right? Now, as we all know, pretty much no game gets this right, because a game with enough gold sinks that they're meaningful restricts player growth. Most of the time, gold sink solutions are added in after launch, when the new players are the ones who suffer, and the rich fat cats are the ones that are like, oh, I don't care. Like Final Fantasy just increased the amount of money teleporting takes, which is great, except for all the people who have thousands and thousands and thousands of Aetherite tickets, or the ability to get Aetherite tickets. So you're not taking gold out of the system. Since rock golems won't drop gold, could they drop gems? No, what will happen is rock golems will drop something that a local rock golems will drop something that a Hunter's Lodge representative wants. Now, I do understand when people say, well, this is just a extra step in this. Yeah, they'll drop certificates. They'll drop mob certificates. Now you have to take those certificates to the Hunter's Lodge person, and that Hunter's Lodge person will give you X amount of money. Now, if you're in a node right next to where there's rock golems, your Hunter's Lodge person isn't going to be paying much for rock golem drops, because he's always going to be saturated. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to travel the world. You can still not sell to NPCs. You sell to the Hunter's Lodge representative, because this ties into the overall caravan system. So, for example, in these 4 areas of the world, there are rock golems. This particular species of rock golem doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. So, if you're hunting rock golems here, your local representative will probably only give you 10 copper per rock golem core. But if you travel those anywhere else, then you'll get more. This inspires the caravan system. And the caravan system has permanent destroyability. When your caravan gets attacked and gets destroyed, there are parts of it you will have to replace. So this is not just a single gold sink via like tax on the transaction. This is your caravan got destroyed. You were able to recover half the parts. You need 2 wheels, 1 axle, 5 armor plates, 2 guards, 1 mount. This is that every piece touching the economy. Now, how logistics work for that? How are guilds going to do 300 caravan runs a day? Haha, you're right. How is logistics going to work for that? I know how my guild's going to do it. I know how my guild's going to do it, but my guild's going to do it. My guild's going to do it in a logistics way. We're going to do it together everyone accomplishes more sort of way. How do you get the first money on the game when it launches? Quest rewards. The regular person can't do that without guild support. You are correct. The regular person can't run caravans without guild support. You are correct. So the regular person can either move around the world doing little bits of gathering, carrying 100 in their backpack at a time, or they can become part of the greater organization and join a guild, or they can do something other, like have a freehold in between 2 points where they buy stuff at a lower rate because they're going to make their profit taking it the rest of the way. Or you're going to have the 3 a.m. You're going to have the 3 a.m. guild runner who, the 3 a.m. caravan runner who runs things when it's off hours. Most guilds, I doubt, will be able to support or want to do 300 caravan runs. Well, first of all, Axel, keep in mind, you pulled 300 caravan runs out of your ass. You pulled 300 caravan runs out of your ass. Where did you get 300 caravan runs? One for each person? You think each day every person in a guild is going to be filling... 300 is the guild size limit. You think every day each person in the guild is going to be able to fill up an entire caravan? Or do you think it's more likely that the guild will say, we're running a caravan today, what do you have to put on it? So, and I'll tell you this much, there will be guilds that have logistics branches. That will depends on how active the guild is. You're right. I'll also say this. If you have 300 caravan runs a day, you're talking 300,000 guild members worth of gathering, one backpack's worth. Keep in mind, one caravan is 100 characters backpacks. So when you have one caravan run is what 100 characters can carry in their backpack. So you're assuming that people are going to be able to fill up a caravan every day, and I highly doubt that. And when guilds aren't getting people to do caravan runs, then they'll sell their stuff in the local economy and let logistics guilds make the rest. So for example, ready? Let's just pop in here. Do you control the caravans? Yeah, okay, you get an F. You get an F minus. You didn't do the reading for the class. Ashes 101 has a section on caravans. Send some caravans with worthless goods a distraction. No, because now you're cutting into your profit margin. If you have a distraction, you assume that one's going to get destroyed, right? If it's going to get destroyed, you have to pay to replace the parts. Why do you want to send a caravan as a distraction when you have to pay to replace the parts? Doesn't sound like a good plan. So what you have here is, ready, just 3 nodes, right? And we're going to say our beefy rock golem, right? So your rock golem core. In this node, it's 10 copper. In this node, it's 10 silver. And in this node, it's worth 1 gold. Now, obviously, makes sense. Makes sense that you want to take these things over for the 1 gold. But maybe you're the person who doesn't have a caravan, or you don't have time, or you don't have this, you don't have this. Maybe you sell them here right to the lodge master for 10 copper, and you're just happy with that. Maybe, why am I doing this guy's a rock golem? Maybe you run into this dapper fellow in a top hat who gives you 30 copper a piece, buys them player to player. Player to player purchase at 30 copper a piece. 30 copper per piece. Well, demonical? Okay. So, you buy them from this guy from 30 copper a piece because this guy is a buying agent for the Paradox Gaming Network. And they know that when we have 10,000 of these, right, we're going to load up a caravan. We're going to take them over here where we know we get 1 gold. Everybody's happy. Now, this is the part of the show. This is the part of the show that I remind people this is not equal, but this is absolutely fair. I paid you 30 copper for him. I made 99 silver, 70 copper profit per. I made that much profit margin. I also assumed all the risk. You got paid 3 times fair market value for what you had, right? Now you're going to say, well, it's not fair. And I was like, yes, it is fair. You're going to say it's not equal. You're right. You absorb the risk to take them to this node, where you'll also happen to find a Paradox Gaming Network representative who's willing to buy these for, we won't even say 20 silver. We'll say 18 silver. We're willing to buy them here at 18 silver a piece. Because when we move them, right, we're still going to make 82 silver profit. Not as much profit if we moved them from here. Less risk, less reward. People get it into their head that fair and equal are the same. You feel that you should get 50%. People are going to say, well, I should get 50 silver all the way over at this node. I should also get 50 silver all the way over at this node because that's half of what you're going to make. If you feel that you deserve 50 silver for your rock golem cores, you take them all the way. Because at 50 silver, it's not worth my risk, right? It's not worth my time, my effort, my energy, my resources, my risk to do that. Fair and equal are not synonyms. And as soon as people start to realize that, they'll be like, oh, a lot of stuff makes a lot more sense. Also, I want to remind people, if fair and equal were synonyms, then you wouldn't need fair and equal treatment under the law. That's why you know they're not synonyms. You could get 50 silver if that was something we discussed, but we didn't. Sure. And what people don't realize is maybe I start paying 50 silver, but if I suddenly start paying 50 silver, then you have to realize that I have found a market, an untapped market where I'm giving you 50 silver, but I'm getting 5 gold, right? I might suddenly do a mass buy at 50 silver in every node, right? But I found a new node popped up, because remember, the world is forever changing, right? The world is always changing. So I'm sitting on a bunch of them, and we took one to the new node, and the new node's like, we'll give you 5 gold. Holy hell, we're sitting on 50,000 of them. Yeah, we're going to tank that market real quick so nobody else finds out about it. We're going to tank that market and let that market go up. Or my alliance is doing a market manipulation to make money. No, Zetrix, it doesn't work that way, because we're not talking about the market, so you get an F- for the day. We're not talking about the auction house here. We've never been talking about the auction house here. We've been talking about the Hunter's Lodge mechanic here. So, my worry is 10 copper will turn to 1 copper, or even 1 copper for 100. It won't, because remember, this is the Hunter's Lodge mechanic. The Hunter's Lodge guy has AI attached to him. He's not going to buy 100,000 of them at 10 copper. He's going to buy X amount at 10 copper, and as he buys them, his price goes down. Until you take them somewhere else in the world and stabilize supply and demand, he's not interested in buying anymore. If you're doing this in Ashes of Creation, I think I'm going to have to go deeper than just the markets. Stop. Market-driven pricing is not the topic at hand, which is why I said you're wrong. There's no market manipulation here. Market manipulation will happen only in some nodes, because I don't think people are going to travel node to node to node to node to node. Yeah, we're talking NPC buyers. This is converting kills to money, not the market. Absolutely. Remember, you crawl, walk, run. You build onto concepts. You're trying to jump ahead to like lesson 7, and then you're going to confuse the shit out of people. People have to understand how do I as a single player acquire wealth? This stream started early. No, it didn't. This stream is on time. I started this stream 15 minutes early because I have to get out of here 15 minutes early. I have to drive into town, so it takes me a couple of minutes to take off the Victorian clothing and hang it up. Got to treat this stuff nicely. Otherwise, you're throwing money away. Is there multiple NPC buyers at a node or just one? There is just one. There might be multiple buyers, but the Hunter's Lodge is an entity, so they'll all be fixed price. Are Hunter's Lodge node-only buildings possible freeholds? No, they're not freehold buildable. Remember, what goes on? What goes on at your freehold comes out of your pocket. So to take this a step further, which is fine, we can take this a step further. So this is you, right? This is you. That is, and you have some options. You have 1,000 fish in your backpack. Can I do a fish? Yeah. He's not happy. That fish isn't happy. He's in your backpack. You have 1,000 fish in your backpack, right? You can take it to a node, right? And you can sell to an NPC. You can take it to a node and you can sell on the auction house. And with this, you have to pay taxes. Here you have to pay taxes. Or you bring it to a freehold. There's 2 E's in free, buddy. And you sell to the owner. Okay. And taxes are non-existent. Because as the freehold owner, I have put up a merchant on my freehold that I buy fish at X price. Now, there are going to be people who do not constantly realign their price. Could you sell the fish to a cook or a tavern? Yes, freehold. Keep up. Let me teach the show. But yes, you're absolutely right. The freehold. Because on the freehold owner might have a cookhouse. He might have an inn. He might have a tavern. He might be an alchemist who needs the fish. When you have one item that's used for multiple things, it really helps the economy. So, how big will storage be in City for a player? Infinite. I don't see them limiting it. If you master one part of the artisan tree, but you want to change, yes, you can change. You can unlearn, you can unmaster and then remaster. Is there going to be a diminishing return on caravans? You send the first 1,000 lumber to node A and earn 100 gold. Now you send the second 1,000 lumber to node A and only earn 80. Yes. Hold on. Fake Sweden, you're trying to jump ahead here. Will there be diminishing returns on the caravan? No, the caravan will always deliver. The caravan will always deliver what you put into the caravan. So there won't be a diminishing return on the caravan. Will there be a diminishing return on the profitability of the items you sell that you shipped by caravan? Yes, there will. However, lumber is a gatherable resource, which will not be handled by the Hunter's Lodge. It will be handled by the market. The gatherables are a player-to-player thing. Now, the mayor of a node may buy resources because he needs them for a building to get constructed, or the mayor of the node may put up a building that needs resources and there's a reward based on how much you contribute. Those things are still all being worked out. So I'm going to be like Arcage. Then when you take the mob drops, you go to the furthest node to make big money, but as more people deliver the day, the price is lower. Yes. It's going to be like the Arcage trade pack system. The more people that take things to the NPCs, the lower the price will go. The lower the price is going to go. But where you have this player fixed price is when freehold owners need that resource and they have a merchant there that buys them automatically. It's not just fish though. The freehold owner has an order for bluefin tuna. So you bring bluefin tuna to him. Now, again, this is going to be one of those scenarios where you need to know, you need to talk, you need to engage with people on a person-to-person level. Because if you're not talking to people on a person-to-person level, then you have no idea what the different freehold owners need, and so you're just kind of going through life as LOL, I'm so random. If you live in an area For example, you live by the node by the sea, but you know Jahlon's windmill is a freehold that has a tavern, then you probably want to do business with me. You probably actually want to approach the owner of the freehold and say, I see you buying fish. And sometimes I get here and I'm selling 1,000. I'm selling 1,000 fish, and sometimes I get here and I'm selling 700 fish. And I'm going to be, as the freehold owner, be like, you're right, because sometimes people have already brought me fish. How about I bring you fish twice a week on Mondays and Thursdays at this price? Okay. You bring me fish on Mondays and Thursdays at this price. Why is that beneficial? Why is that beneficial to the freehold owner? Because I know I'm going to get 1,000 fish on Monday and 1,000 fish on Thursday. Why is it beneficial to the fisherman? Because he's not traveling there, only getting rid of 70% of his fish. Personal relationships are amazing. Is there a gold sink that does not put the gold back into the player economy? Well, first of all, Rage, a gold sink never ever puts the gold back into the economy. A gold sink, by definition, removes the gold from the economy. If it puts the money back into the economy, it's just the transference of wealth, not the destruction of wealth. Yes, there are gold sinks that do not put the gold back into the economy. When you pay, well, actually, hold on, let me think. Because when you buy something from an NPC merchant, that's a gold sink. Not buying caravans, but commissioning well, I want to be careful with that. I don't know if commissioning the caravan puts the gold into the node's tax system, but I would venture to say yes. Renting caravans would be a gold sink. Buying something from an NPC is a gold sink. See, because everything else, I think when the node gets destroyed, all of the money that is in the node's coffers is destroyed. So castles buying upgrades would be a destruction of gold. Yes, castles buying upgrades, it depends, because we don't know where they come from. We don't know where those come from, if they come from players or if they come from the system. So buying from the NPC does not put that money in the node. Correct. Corruption drops is a gold sink. No, because you never drop your wealth. And you drop items, but those are recovered. See, those don't leave the system. Those are in the closed system. I guess anything that you drop, well, no, because that's not gold, that's resources. So I'm wondering what kind of reward you can get if you invest more time in professions compared to a combat-focused player. Is it only about resources and gold, or could there be high-ranking professions ability as a reward? No. There is no crossover between your artisan class and your adventuring class. Otherwise, again, you create a developer-driven meta. If blacksmiths at level 50 master and they've done 250,000 smeltings get a bonus 5 strength, well, then that creates a developer meta, because now physical-based characters would become blacksmiths. So no, there is no crossover that way. Pretty sure the combat player is going to get the lowest income with the system. You are correct. Except combat players can still can jack caravans, can't they? Combat players will rent their skills out as mercenaries, right? The caravan system has an automatic reward system that if you join a caravan and you hit defend and the caravan makes it to its destination, then you get your little payout. So I know people aren't going to like it when I say this, but combat players should get the lowest income, because even though there's a great discussion of this in Game of Thrones, where they talk about you've got a nobleman, a clergyman, and a sellsword in a room, and who has the power. The way it works is, the way it actually works in reality is, if the only thing you have is your sword, you are at any given point the most worthless and the most valuable person. Do you think Dungeon Pathfinder could become a job for rogues since there'll be traps? No. I absolutely do not. Because why am I going to take a rogue and why am I not going to just bring my own organic rogue? Plus the fact there will be traps. I want to remind people that the traps in Ashes of Creation are not going to kill a player. In D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, traps can kill your player because they're designed to kill your player, because the players are supposed to get together and make the party composition. I think people miss that step. The players are supposed to get together and make an adventuring party, right? The players are supposed to get together and make an adventuring party. Very, very often as a GM for Rifts, I get people that all want to play X or all want to play Y. And I'm like, okay, you guys, what I'm going to do for you is you have a tag along. You have a tag along NPC. They're usually diabolical evil. That person's there to, like, if they don't have somebody that can, if I've designed a really cool campaign and not a single damn one of them takes pick locks, then they're going to have a tag along, and the tag along's entire purpose in life is to pick the lock. That's early GMing. Later GMing is that if you have nobody that can pick locks, one of the people will have a key on them. So, I mean, I want to focus on professions, but I'm not that good in combat. I want to feel like I still have a place in the world. You absolutely would have a place in the world. Make the weapons. Make as many weapons as you want. Now, the problem you're going to run into is you can make the best weapons in the world, but getting people to know you're making the best weapons in the world is difficult. For example, as the music ends and I switch tracks, I make DMCA free music, right? And I produce DMCA free music, but getting people to find it is the hard part. Making it's the easy part. Being recognized among the thousands and thousands of Spotify channels, that's the hard part. So what you're talking about is you want to make weapons. Great. You'll have a place in the world. You'll have to focus on having a shop and having a stall and putting your weapons on the marketplace and talking to people. But the nice part is, if you can suddenly make something that 95% of other crafters can't, you've gone really niche. Going really niche gets you recognized. You can make plate gear with rogue stats on it. You can make cloth gear with rogue stats on it. You can create solutions for rogues. You're the only person on your server who's done what's necessary. You're high enough rank in the right religion, and you're a high enough rank in the right social organization. You can do things for rogues. Guess what? Every rogue on the server now knows your name. What you do with that sudden influx of infamy is up to you. Some people literally should be making 3, 4, 5, 6, 100% on what they're making, but they don't. I gotta run downstairs real quick. I will be right back. All right, so talking about the crafters should make a lot more money than the people that sell stuff. My dad retired to a little tourist trap town, and he opened up a store just for something to do. He wasn't old enough to be like retired, but he was old enough that he didn't want to go to a 9-to-5 job working for anybody else anymore. He basically set up his own business so he could have his tax write-offs. Well, he opened up an empty bear. M.T. Bear. It's Build-A-Bear's competitor. He opened up an empty bear because he was on a strip in a tourist trap town, and when he walked around, my dad's got a head for business, he walked around, there wasn't really a good souvenir shop, right? A good one. There were lots of souvenir shops, but there wasn't really a good one. And then while my dad was talking to my sister and my brother, and me a little bit, but my kids were still small, he found one of the things that parents leave behind the most when they're traveling is stuffed animals. So my dad basically saw a hole in a tour. Like, people are going to come up to the tourist trap town for 4 days, and their kid leaves their stuffed animal at home. Kid can't sleep without a stuffed animal. What does my dad do? Has a stuffed animal shop right at the front of the strip. So when people arrive and they're walking down the strip, they're like, oh, I can get a stuffed animal here. Well, that turned into like a lot of the kids when they're small, their souvenir is to go visit Papa J's Papa and make a stuffed animal. But my dad didn't, and my dad had bric-a-brac, and what my dad did for a while was he rented out sections of his shop to sell other people's arts and crafts. And then he got tired of doing that, but he had to fill up this store. So one day, my father is at an auction or some shit, and he finds these little duck statues. They're less than 70 cents each. No, not Rent-A-Bear, Empty Bear. Oh, you're just being a smartass. So anyways, my dad finds these duck statues. I believe he said they were less than 70 cents each. He bought, I don't know however many of them. My stepmom is a crafts person. All she did was take these ducks in a little freehand paint and write the name of the town on them. My dad starts selling these ducks, right? My dad listed them at a ridiculous price. Like, I think it was like $8.99 or something. Souvenir, right? They were selling ducks at $8.99 faster than my poor stepmom could be putting the paint on them, right? You're talking a 70-cent duck with less than 10 cents of paint and let's say $1's time, right? So you're really talking $1.80, right? And you're making $8 on it. Well, the person who had painted all the ducks ended up coming through that tourist trap and seeing their ducks, right? Seeing their ducks with just the name of the town written on them in paint. And the person was mad as that person was mad as a hornet, right? That person was mad because they couldn't sell their hand-painted ducks for anything more than about 70 cents a piece. And here's my pops selling them for, ready? I think it was, I'd say $7.99, right? So that person got 8%, right? They got 8% of the value, 8% of the value of the item. Well, that's in MMORPG. I tell people this business stuff all the time. MMORPGs are great for teaching people about business because it's something they want to learn and they want to get better at. Again, you don't want to move this stuff across the planet, then don't feel bad, right? Don't feel bad that somebody else bought your stuff for 30 copper and made a gold on it. Your girlfriend's grandma will buy pretty much anything with the town she's visiting. So smart move. Old people love that shit. Yeah, they do. Yup. Are there any plans for more casual orientated, deep, horizontal, create like fun events, RP lore stuff, exploration, hidden side story quests besides the normal endgame content? First of all, endgame content is a bullshit phrase and people need to stop saying it. Endgame content is a bullshit phrase and people need to stop saying it. And what you mean is max level content. Endgame content is just max level content. If you didn't enjoy the journey there, if there wasn't enough stuff to do on the journey there, blame the developer. In Final Fantasy, there's max level content. There is not endgame content, because in Final Fantasy, there are very few people that have ever done all of the content. I want you to travel the whole world, and I want to see no exclamation points anywhere. Most people haven't done that. Most people haven't got every achievement. So that's all the stuff you should be doing. With that said, fun events. There will be events. I don't know if they're going to be fun, but there's going to be events. RP, no. The developer should never be providing RP content ever, period. Never, ever should the developer be providing RP content. That's the players to do. Lore stuff, yes, absolutely. Lore stuff, absolutely, but RP stuff, no. No. That's the players to do. Exploration, yes. Hidden side story quest, yes. So all that stuff does exist. Is there any endgame raid progression system? For example, Vanilla, The Burning Crusade, WoW had attunements so raids were not obsolete as new ones came out. Yes. So in Ashes of Creation, your performance in a dungeon or your performance in a raid determines on what the boss drops. Also, raids and dungeons in Ashes of Creation are not static. You can do a raid today, and then when you do that raid tomorrow, that boss might have a completely different AI. Because if the node contributing to the dungeon upgraded today after you did the boss, then when you see that boss tomorrow, he's going to have new tools in his toolbox. Probably more than one, because if this node leveled up and this node can now level up, that boss might... Yesterday, that boss only had one tank buster and one regen phase. Now when you're smoking and joking and LOL, I'm so randoming the boss, all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, he just had another regen phase and we didn't beat it, so now he's gonna have another regen phase. So yes, the AI for the bosses is based on what's going on in the world. Also, you could have a dungeon on farm, and then there is a siege, and now you go in, you need one more piece of a set that comes out of this raid, and you now can't get it because, you now can't get it because the node that was holding the dungeon open was sieged, got destroyed, and you can't get back into it. You're going to have to work on getting the node, the world reshaped so that dungeon becomes open again. I want to be a bard and a master scribe, but I fear these roles will be undesired to others. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think some player compositions will be considerably less desired? So first of all, you being a bard and you being a master scribe have nothing to do with each other. You being a bard and you being a master scribe have absolutely nothing to do with each other. You're a bard. Your adventuring class people will only care that you're a bard. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're in this game, it doesn't matter if you're a bard and a blacksmith or a bard and a gatherer or a bard and a pole dancer. It doesn't matter what you are. I mean, some people might tip you more if you're a bard and a pole dancer, but with that said, you're a bard. And what is dangerous about Ashes of Creation is you will either have bard equals good or bard equals the suck. If the bard equals the suck, then you're going to have a hard time getting into parties. For example, Final Fantasy 14, I'm looking at you. There were, when you had to get stuff done in Final Fantasy 14, at the beginning you wanted a bard because you could have two songs up at one time. And there was a mana management problem at launch, especially in fights like Titan where you had to do a lot of healing. But you only wanted one bard. So you literally you could take 3 summoners with you, or 3 black mages, or 3. I mean, for some fights you really didn't want 3 of certain things because the mechanics. But you literally 3 mages. Oh, guys, we're doing Titan. We're doing a custom party for Titan. 1 tank, 3 healers, 1 bard, 3 black mages. That's what we're taking. Because I don't need another tank. I don't need a second tank in that fight, right? Now, in Final Fantasy right now, I don't have the end, because we're not at end game. We're not at max level end gear. I don't know if the bard is finally caught up. But for a long time, what bard could bring to the table in Final Fantasy 14 in Shadowbringers, if you had your choice, you didn't want a bard. You wanted a dancer over a bard. If you were going to pick a ranged class, you wanted dancer over bard, because dancer then partners with your big dick melee DPS, like your samurai or your dragoon, and just bumps them so much higher in damage. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that dungeons and raids are not instanced. If this is the case, dungeons and raid progress with the node system will not make the players technically miss content, such as certain boss mechanics. No. So here's what happens, right? So this is my standard. Here is your dungeon, and here are the 4 nodes. Here are the 4 nodes around this dungeon that contribute to this makeup. So at launch, the dungeon doesn't exist because none of these nodes exist. And then this node levels to stage 3, and it's a divine node. And so this dungeon opens up, and in here, there is a boss. And because this is the divine node that opened up this dungeon and this boss, I'm going to put the boss's AI here. The boss's AI, it gets 1 light regen phase, right? Now, yes, if the nodes are destroyed, the dungeon disappears forever, because the dungeon only exists because the node expanded, broke down the wall that leads into the dungeon. Now, as time goes on, this divine node becomes a level 4. So instead of 1 light regen phase, this boss now has 1 light regen at 70% and 1 medium regen at 10%, right? Now, the next node that leveled was a military node, and it's a 3. So now this boss also gets, right? It gets 1 tank buster of 25%. So in its rotation, it will have a tank buster. It'll be a 25% hit to the main tank. If a node locks out another node from the start, would that prevent the dungeon from existing? No, because no dungeon is tied to only 1 node. Otherwise, you would have 103 dungeons. Dungeons all contribute, multiple dungeons all contribute to a node. Now, if this was the first node here, this path might not be there. It might only be this path. Or now the 2 nodes are contributing to it. There might be 2 paths into this node. There might be a different sub-boss on each route. Now, as the world continues to evolve, this divine node goes to 5. So it gets 2 light regens at 70 and 90. It gets 2 medium regens at 10 and 40. Now you're doing DPS checks. This military node goes up to 4. So now you get 1 tank buster of 25% that can come out all the time. But you also have 1 RNG tank buster of a 50% hit. So now this guy has gotten beefier, because he at regular intervals will hit you for 25% of your health, but he can also do a boom boom. He hits the tank for 75% of their max hit points, or 25% of their max and 50% of their current, right? So nodes dictate if the content is available. Yes, exactly. And the aspects of that content. Yes, exactly. Now, as this third node comes in here, and this is an economic node, it's now a 3. This boss also has an ad phase. And this, you know, this keeps going up and going up and going up until this boss is ultimately being affected by a 6, 5, 4, 3 combination. And then for some of the raids, it goes beyond that. For some of the raid bosses, those raid bosses are drawing not from the local nodes, but they're drawing from the metropolis that are present. I also believe it's affected on how well you... Yeah, so then there's another level there. How well you performed against the previous boss will determine the end boss's AI and its loot table. Now, with all of that said, I am a realist, right? I don't believe Intrepid's going to be able to pull off any of that shit because it's so ambitious of a project. I think they talked it here and they'll deliver it here. How long does it take for a node to be created? Wouldn't it make sense to just have a base dungeon so content will always be available and have the nodes just affect the mechanics? No, why? Why would that make more sense? Why do we assume that dungeons have to be available on day one? Why are we doing what every other game did? This isn't a dungeon running game. This isn't WoW. This isn't Final Fantasy. This isn't you go into the dungeon and you don't do your 3 dungeon runs a day and then do all the other content. This is you do all the content and you make player-driven decisions. You make player-driven decisions. Do I do dungeons today? Do I do gathering today? Do I do naval content today? See, I hate games where you do everything else after you're out of your daily allotment of dungeon runs. Final Fantasy 14 for a long time was go in, do your leveling dungeon, do your main story quest dungeon, do your 50, 60, 70 dungeon, do your guild heist, do your alliance raid. Okay, I've got 2 hours left of my gameplay. What do I do today? Well, I fell into the trap of I'm leveling alts for the sake of leveling alts. Why aren't I doing fun stuff? Now, when I wanted to get my mentor status, that was the fun stuff. I think Ashes will have to leave much of their systems to be completed as it's released because Steven's money is limited and the combat seems to be holding them up. Horrible assumption. Everybody needs to do me a favor when it comes to other people's money. Ready? I'm gonna sound like a belligerent asshole, and I'm gonna sound like a belligerent asshole, and I'm sorry, but I'm a belligerent asshole. Unless you have 40, 50, 60, 80, $100 million of your own money, please don't ever look at Steven and say, Steven's money is limited. Steven's resources are in fact limited, and Steven will probably have to end up kicking in more than the 45 million that, the 45 million that he originally intended. How much more above 45 million that Steven has to kick in is, you know, nobody's business but Steven's. Steven's in for a penny, he's in for a pound. He's not going to suddenly not fund the shenanigans. I also want people to realize that Intrepid Studios is making a healthy amount of money. Steven's not putting in $1 million a month into Ashes of Creation. He's obviously doing cash infusions as necessary, but when it comes to Steven's money is limited, Steven's resources are limited, but Intrepid Studios still has a number of ways that it can raise money. Intrepid Studios has absolutely no financial worries right now. There's no financial worries for Intrepid Studios, and I say that because periodically financial questions come up in the community, and I talked to Steven about that. Still waiting on them to do physical merch rather than support that with cosmetics. Here's the problem, Scarecrow, with physical merch, right? And I'll tell you right off the bat, I have merch. I don't have any of my merch in here at the moment, but I have merch. And it's down below. I have my here. Ready? Hold on. Let's do this real quick because I want to talk. I want people to understand the problem. I want people to understand the problem with merch. So, that's a horrible button, by the way. I need to look at a better solution to that. So, wow, is that one not working either? What in the heck? I gotta make a note. Finding broken shit everywhere I go. Okay, pop you over here, right? Pop you over here and let's yeah, that's where I'm getting. But it, unfortunately, one of my buttons didn't work. So it, you know, we always have problems. We're gonna do, where's side screen? Reddit, maybe? Will Reddit work? Okay, so that'll work. Let me just clean this up real quick. Yep, and down that way. We're gonna roll this up top because I want to explain why. I want to explain why physical merch isn't a really great solution. First of all, you've got two ways to do physical merch. Number one, you do physical merch through a third-party solution, right? Now, I think $16.99 is a ridiculous amount of money for a t-shirt, right? I don't think $16.99 is a great price for a t-shirt. However, people wanted me to make t-shirts. And so you guys have seen me wear this one. You guys have seen me wear this one on the show. It's got Paradox on the back. It's a company shirt. Now, hold on. If it was a polo, it wouldn't be $16.99. If it was a polo, it would be more. Now, when you get to something like the mask, I think the mask at $9.99 for the quality of the mask is really good. And I have the really funny mask, the steampunk sniper mask. I think is kind of funny because of the way it folds and you got a guy with a gun and it like makes people think about it, right? The problem, and I did this just for Danny. I did a fanny pack just for Danny. So, you know, and then some of the things, the tumbler, I think the tumbler is worth $20, right? I think the tumbler is absolutely worth $20. You know, the problem with merchandise is this. People see that I'm charging $20 for a tumbler and they think I'm getting $20. I think on the tumbler, I think I get like $1.40. So the shipping and the company that prints it, they make the money. I just have the merchandise available, not because I'm trying to make money on merchandise, but because somebody said, why don't you have merch? And I said, okay, I have merch. Intrepid, you got to realize, and I did merch when I was in marketing, and what happens is you buy a lot of stuff. Like a t-shirt run, for it to be profitable, you're talking, you're going to buy 10,000 t-shirts, right? For it to be price point profitable, PPP, price point profitable, you're talking you're going to buy 10,000 shirts. Now, there's two ways to go about this. Number one is pre-orders, right? The Ashes of Creation, the Intrepid Studios team comes up with 5 pieces of merch. Hoodie, hat, which, by the way, oh no! Where in the world is my Ashes of Creation ball cap? I have a ball cap missing. Somebody broke into my house to steal my ball cap. That's weird. My ball cap is always there. Anyway, so I guess I don't have my ball cap. Anyway, they decide t-shirt, sweatshirt, ball cap, mouse pad, one other thing, and they do pre-orders. The problem is, yeah, streamers do merch by pre-order. The problem becomes, in order to get to that price point profitability, you end up buying normally above what the order is going to be, and you then try to peanut butter spread out the sizes. So you got small, medium, large, extra large, double XL, triple XL, and at double and triple XL you might be paying a higher premium because that's just the way they do it. Now the problem is that you're going to buy 10,000 t-shirts at a price point that's profitable. You also are forgetting manpower. You're going to get this shipment of 10,000 t-shirts to your studio, to your mailroom. And then you're going to have to sit there and you're going to have to figure out how the best solution to ship that stuff, right? So you're going to figure that out. And I'm really vexed that my hat is missing. Where the fuck is my hat? Oh, here it is. It's not missing. It's behind a light. So yeah, Ashes of Creation hat. Right? So now you're gonna get the you're gonna get these 10,000 boxes in, or you're gonna get these deliveries in, right? And then you're gonna have to open up the boxes, you're gonna have to print the labels, box up the merch, ship the stuff out, and what you're talking about there is time. And by the way, I do have my hoodie in here, my Steampunk Sniper hoodie. Mainly I made this for me, but I do have the autographed one. The autographed one is on the shelf. It's just got something on it right now. The big problem becomes you're gonna have Toast, you're gonna have whatever his name is, Vaknar. You're gonna have them in the you're gonna have them, the whole team is gonna be there one Friday night, Saturday morning, boxing up all this merchandise, right? Physical items are an absolute pain in the ass. So that's why you generally go through a third-party vendor. But a third-party vendor, right? A third-party vendor, you're not going to make a lot of profit on them. And if you're trying to make profit on it, then you see, like, Jay, you have a $14.99 t-shirt. Well, you're right, but my nice t-shirt's more than that, but the quality of the shirt is better. But again, Teespring has to make money. Everybody's got to make their piece of money. So that's why streamers have merch. Now, the other piece to that is, I am looking at other merch solutions, but every minute I'm working on a merch solution is a minute I'm not streaming or a minute I'm not making YouTube content. So that's why a lot of streamers they get a merch solution and then they don't really work on it again. And they're like, well, I just don't make any money doing it. Well, you're not making any money doing it because you don't have the most advantageous price point profitability solution because your shit's too expensive because you're paying a third-party vendor. And then besides, if you decide to drop shipping, then you can never verify the quality of your own product. Exactly. So, what margins do you shoot for? 5%, 20%? Great question, Araj. That question becomes, why are you doing merch in the first place? No, you don't pay less for small ones. Actually, you sometimes can pay more for extra smalls because they have to change the machine has to be changed a bit to do extra small shirts or kids' clothes. Araj, the big piece to that is what am I doing the merch for? Am I doing the merch for I want that. Am I doing the merch for marketing? Or I think part of it should be for branding and growth. Did you guys know that I was at Universal Studios with my Ashes of Creation hoodie on, and I had little business cards with my referral link? And my own marketing stuff and my Ashes referral link, I did double-sided business cards. So my Jahlon PGN business card on the front, and then my referral link on the back, and my referral code on the back. And I probably got 50 referrals from just wearing my hoodie around Universal Studios, because it glows. My Ashes of Creation hoodie glows in blacklight, and people would say to me, "What the hell is Ashes of Creation?" Now, Intrepid Studios did an amazing hoodie. Ashes of Creation on the chest, Ashes of Creation on the sleeve, and a big, great a glow in the dark white blacklight reflecting emblem on the back. So Disney in 8 days. Check your PO box in 2 or 3 weeks. Excellent. Appreciate that. By the way, guys, if you ever want to send me anything, I do have a PO box. My PO box is down below. It's if you guys ever want to send me something like in your travels, I do tend to, if you give me a return address, I do try to send something back. I only sent out 4 Christmas cards this year to viewers. Made me sad. But no, so physical items, physical merch isn't really a big profitability. So when somebody says I'm waiting for them to do physical merch so I can support them, you're really not supporting them. They're either losing money, time, effort, energy, and resources by doing the merch, or they're really making pennies on the dollar. Now, one of the things that they teased these plushes, right? And this is where I think, and actually, hold up, I got to jump up real quick. I will be right back. All right. So one of the things that Intrepid Studios does really poorly, they do really, really poorly, is their marketing. I don't think anybody who's been around my show for any length of time is going to be confused when I say I hate Ashes of Creation. I hate Intrepid Studios marketing. I despise it. It makes me like want to chew broken glass, because they're doing all the right things at the wrong time and all the wrong things at the right time. One of the big things, Intrepid Studios leaked about these plushes, and I don't even remember when the initial plush leak came, right? And this is why I said this was a horrible thing. It horribly represents the company. It horribly it demonstrates what's going on. Steven is talking about how he's just had a meeting regarding the plushes in a box, right? The development, the quality, the test run, all these things, right? And he's the CEO of the company, so that's in his wheelhouse, right? A plush. They like something like this. Oh. My shelves are getting completely full with bric-a-brac. This is a plush. This is my Plague Doctor Squishable. He is my friend. He is my friend. When I'm having a bad day, I give my Squishable a big hug. Yeah, it's a stuffed animal. It's basically a stuffed animal. It's plush. Before Alpha 1, they're talking about, yeah. So, in June. In June, they showed off these plushables. Great idea. Amazing idea. However, you showed them off in June. You built hype for them. And now, what? So from June till now, you've been teasing us with a thing that we can't even have. See, there is in marketing... marketing is a magic trick. It's the pledge, the turn, and the prestige. And the prestige is the tada. You don't build up a magic trick. You don't build up a joke. Jokes are delivered a certain way. you set the line for the joke, and then you get to the the apex, and then you get to the punchline. These things are marketing. Comedy and magic are just marketing done for a different purpose. Yeah, I'll get back to you in 9 months with a punchline. Exactly. You built me up. You got my hype. You got me ready to say, shut up and take my money. And then nothing. And my problem with it is this. Number one, why are you teasing people and keeping hype artificially high? Yes, we're bringing back physical merch. Sure, when? Yes, we're bringing these plushables. Sure, when? Number two, what you have is you have more and more people who are in management leadership positions in gaming, and they turn around and they say, well, all this is another failed thing that you failed to deliver on. Where was the quarter 4 creative director's letter? Where was the quarter 3 creative director's letter? These are the things that happen with you're just not delivering. Watching the top video battling the flowers, are the circles, attack reticles on the ground attacks that have already been launched and will hit, or is that marking the potential? That's the telegraph. That is the telegraph for that is the telegraph for the attack. So it appears and you have to get out of it. Now, if you don't get out of it, if you don't get out of it, you got hit. Now it can be that even if you're out of where it was, it still hits you. There's a lot of ways to do ground reticles and targeting. Yeah, where's the ranger at? Did bows ever get fixed? Where are the 3 archetypes that Steven said he was going to detail between September and December? The problem is, if you're going to say you're going to do it and you don't do it, then you saying you're going to do it hurts you more than saying nothing. Yes, there is player collision in the game. Body blocking and spell collision are a thing. You can step in front of a shot and block it, and you can block people. So really, this is why I think I'm really confused as to why Intrepid Studios has such a large community team and marketing team that they do, and I'm confused as to why it's getting bigger. I'm very confused as to why they're I'm very, very confused as a marketing person why they're marketing the way they're marketing. Does that make sense? Like, I'm like Bob Uecker in Major League. Obviously Taylor's thinking. I don't know what the hell he's thinking. Like, as a marketing person, I don't know. I don't know what Intrepid is doing anymore at this point. I'm very confused. I'm very, very confused as to what Intrepid's doing. So is Spell Collision in another MMO currently that is tab based? Not that I can think of. What's your opinion on body blocking? In New World, it's horrible, especially in PvE. I think that body blocking is something that needs to happen. New World should never be used as an example on my show because New World is a shit game. New World is an amazing alpha, and it is a total shit game. They should have never released New World. Oh. Oops. My bad. They should have never released New World. New World was not ready. New World was not ready at all for prime time. New World was not ready in the slightest for prime time. I know somebody said to me the other day, New World isn't even in launch yet. New World is in beta. And I said, no, it's not. New World is not in beta. You can be a New World fanboy or fangirl, and you can try to white knight that all day long and try to convince me that New World is legitimately in beta, and it's not. It's simply not. It is a launch build. It is a launch candidate because they treated it like a launch build, and they treated it like a launch candidate, and they treated it like a They treated it like a product. They did not treat it like a testing ground. With all of that said, right? Don't think that I harbor some secret hate for New World. I say the same thing about 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die is hiding behind the Alpha 20 label because they don't want to deliver on a product and run the risk of whatever they have going on. Whatever they have going on is a reason why they don't want to come out of alpha. 200 hours is nothing. The retention proves it wasn't ready. Yeah, basically New World, it works like this. New World, let me do this. New World Steam charts. So New World is now barely crossing 100,000 players per 24-hour peak. New World has 84,000 players playing right now, right? I want to grab this. I want to grab this. And so I can't do that. We're going to save desktop New World. And then I want to grab one other game. Okay, and you guys are going to get mad at me when I do this, and you're going to say, I can't believe Jay just went there. And Jay is going to go there. So, when we look at New World, right, we look at New World. This is New World's retention, right? This is New World's retention. And this is horrible. This is horrible on a player retention for a game that launched in September, right? So we take 103,000 and we divide it by 913,000. So they have 11% player retention after October, November, December. So that's 3 months of launch. They have 11% player retention after 3 months, right? Let's do, just to show you everything people say about a game. Let's look at this right here. Ready? 52,010 divided by 486,918. This is the game with 10.6% player retention that's been out for years. For years. 9 years. 9 years. They have 10% player retention after 9 years. So New World is basically fallen to what a 2012 game has fallen to. It took them 10 years to fall to that level. New World did it in 3 months. Their max level party is not enjoyable for me. I enjoyed getting the max level, enjoyed some gear grind and stuff, but I stopped. Yes, exactly. You paid 40 euros for 200 hours of entertainment. That's more than I get from most of my single players. Hold on a second. You didn't stop that. Stop that right now. Stop that bullshit mentality. Make sure you justify that both ways. You paid $40 for an online service that you only got 200 hours of entertainment from. Video games that are MMOs are not video games. They are online services, and they must be considered as such. They must be considered as such. You spent $40 for 40 euro, and you only got 200 hours worth of entertainment. Okay? Yes, I agree that in a video game mentality, $1 for 1 hour is great. So all the people who complain about Cyberpunk, I say I got 5 times my money worth on Cyberpunk, right? Just keep that in mind. An MMORPG is an online service. It's not a game. It's an online service, and you must consider it as such. While New World is a release build, it's also a banana build, which matures at the customer. Yes, true. If AOC had these numbers, Intrepid would be shit out of luck. New World's only saving grace is Amazon can float it until there's some patches. True. Amazon spent $50 million. Amazon spent, I'm sorry, $500 million to bring in 100,000 recurring players. What's the hypothetical launch target of players do you think Ashes will get? Scarecrow, it is no marketing, no advertising person would answer that question, because first of all, we don't even have a release date for Ashes of Creation. We don't have a release date. Number two, they haven't even started marketing yet. What they're doing is a form of marketing, but a marketeer isn't going to call what they're doing marketing. What they're really doing is community building. That's ultimately what they're doing. They're doing community building. When they start marketing, they'll be marketing with the intention of advertising, which is getting people to buy. So I don't know how many players they'll get. Does me having plus 600 hours in New World qualify me to say that it's a 0.5 out of 10 game? Yes. The return on investment has to suck. Yeah, $500 million. Do you think Intrepid's payment model is better for an MMO compared to New World? Yes. Monthly subscription is always going to be better than a buy to play forever. A monthly subscription, number one, is going to give you a reliable count. Is going to give you a reliable count of how many players you're going to have next month, the month after, for 6 months to 12 months down the road. You'll always know what your minimums are because you know how many players you already have. Sunk cost fallacy. Now, it doesn't mean that those people are actually going to log in. It just means that they have a subscription. Can you elaborate? How is it a service? What do you mean? How is it a service? It's an online service. It's an online game. An MMORPG isn't a video game with a start, a middle, and an end. An online service or a MMORPG should be giving you constantly evolving content. And that's what people forget. If you want a game that's linear, play a linear game. When people say, I only got my $50 worth, or I got my $50 worth, you got your $50 worth. Okay. If you're happy with that, then be happy with it. But you're supposed to get way more. You're supposed to get more than your $50 worth or your 50 hours worth. It's an online game. It's supposed to be ever changing, ever evolving. Because it's ever changing, ever evolving, though, you have to understand that on the business side of it, the business has expenses. It's not like they give you a game, you download it from a server, and they pay pennies to give you the ability to download the game, and you're not connecting to their server. People have to remember that New World had a single time purchase. Single time purchase is absolutely horrible for MMORPGs because, as I've shown and documented, you have an ops and sustainment branch attached to MMORPGs. You have GMs, you have community service people, you have constant patches, you have server maintenance. That all costs money. Why is Guild Wars 2 the most amazing game that nobody ever plays? Because ArenaNet doesn't make enough money to be doing constant continual updates. When you buy Guild Wars 2 and you buy all the expansions, that's great when you play through all that content. But what about the rest of what was promised? They can't deliver it because they don't have the money. That's why anybody who says I don't want to pay for a subscription boggles my mind. It's a service, so you need to give them enough money to provide that service. People complain about certain MMORPGs because the servers are shit. Those games are usually free to play. Revelation Online, I'm looking at you. Or Bless Online, I'm looking at you. Bless Online, the original, not Unleashed. But people are shocked. They're amazed. But they're not treating it as a online service. They're treating it as a video game. They expect ultimate performance the same that they would get on a standalone PC game. For example, if you guys have never heard of it, there's a streaming service called Odyssey. It's trying to compete with YouTube with some crazy ass crypto-based NFT something other. I'm old, I don't understand it. The problem is they don't allow you to upload your videos at a higher than 5K bit rate. I uploaded stuff there for a while. I saw no real gains. The problem is that they don't get the advertising dollars that YouTube gets, so they can't afford the servers that YouTube has. Odyssey is an online service, just like YouTube is. Remember, YouTube costs you nothing but a few seconds of your time to watch ads. But I have an ad blocker. Yeah, you're part of the problem. Sorry. There is zero reason for a company to keep an MMO or release new content if you only pay once. I already got your money. Exactly. 100% absolutely. I see their point. They don't want to pay $15 a month since it's too expensive. They'd rather pay to win $100 a month. Yeah. A whale on BDO said he'll skip AOC because of the sub. Yeah. It's because whales want to be able to flex their wallet. A whale wants to be able to pay to win. And then you got some people who say if there's any pay to win, I won't play the game. But then they get mad about cosmetics. I really mean this. Very, very, very seriously mean this. Couldn't you say that about any digital game that you don't have a physical copy of? Correct me if I'm wrong, but at any moment the developers can pull it from your library like Steam since it's technically a license. True. I mean, you're absolutely right. Why do you think so many people buy physical copies when they can? Why do you think I have multiple Steam accounts? I have multiple Steam accounts. I have multiple Origin accounts. Just in case I do something that causes me to get banned, I don't lose my entire library. I lose part of it. They can pull it from the library, but you can still play it because it's installed on your system. Not necessarily, Threather. Not necessarily. It all depends on if you need to make any sort of connection to a server to play, any sort of authentication check. Remember, what was the big deal with the Xbox? The US military actually had to write a letter to Microsoft to explain to them why it was going to be demoralizing for their soldiers to not. And this is a true story. The United States military wrote a letter to Microsoft saying that it was going to be demoralizing for deployed personnel who wouldn't be able to bring their Xbox with them because you needed an active internet connection in order to authenticate games. Even though it's not an online game, you have the game installed on your hard drive, but you still need to make a connection to the server to something bullshit, authenticate, patch, whatever. And the US military was like, you do realize that we're not going to spend any money on Xboxes anymore, then we're only going to spend money on PlayStations because PlayStation allows fully offline play mode. And Xbox was like, oh shit, we didn't think about a huge demographic. So yes, there was a point in time that you were going to need internet to play single player games. And then Microsoft, and this is back in the previous version of the Xbox, Microsoft said, oh shit, problem with that. Are you worried at all about Intrepid catering the development philosophy to cater more to solo players? No. I don't think Intrepid's going to cater to more solo players because if they were, okay, let me back that statement up for just a second. Do I think Intrepid needs to do something to address this problem that I've talked about on my show many times? That Intrepid has too much forced group content? Yes. I think Intrepid Studios has made some really bad decisions and put too much forced group content in. I should never be forced to do group. I should never be forced to group to do early developmental content. And this is where Steven and I can radically disagree. And this is where market research, where Final Fantasy XIV, WoW, Guild Wars 2 are all going to say that I'm right in what the market research says. Now, remember, the creative director can always decide, I don't care what market research says, I'm gonna blaze a trail. I'm gonna do X, right? But right now in this scene, I can't go in here to do my quest. Look at all those red dots in my minimap. I literally can't go in there and get my three quests in there done. So what do? I just disengage and I go do other content. That doesn't feel good. It's not a feel good experience when I can't get my stuff finished, right? That's forced group content. There are ways to do forced group content if you forcibly provide the group, or if you come up with a mechanic or a manner or something to provide the group. If you're going to do forced group content and you don't provide a party finder, a party matchmaker, a beacon on the map, intervals of that event, like the Death Knight storyline in Wrath of the Lich King, you're going to suffer. Your game is going to suffer. Your game is going to suck. You are going to lose the demographic of solo players. And remember, the solo players are the unsung heroes of any MMORPG. The solo players are the unsung heroes. They're the ones who pay the bills and who make all the things happen that that other people don't want to do. With that said, I don't get why free-to-play has become popular in people's mind for MMOs when there hasn't been a single example of a successful free-to-play MMO that doesn't eventually become pay-to-win. Because that's the trick, man. That is the trick. That is the trick right there. Free-to-play equals pay-to-win. With the exception of the upcoming Riot MMO, which is going to be free to play with cosmetics. But Riot can do that because Riot is a $1.25 billion a year company. I get that people try all the time, very desperately, to read one thing on the internet and suddenly stay at a Holiday Inn and become a subject matter expert on anything. League of Legends was able to become popular with only cosmetics. League of Legends was able to become popular with only cosmetics because their game took them a whopping $15 million to make. Because what did League of Legends have at launch? One map and how many heroes? $15 million to make the game. They had to take one $7 million loan and one $8 million loan. League of Legends also struck at the right time with esports. What people don't know about esports is that all those things that you see, all of those things that you see at an esport arena, like Jahlon top hats. I make the announcers, or the announcer on the thing is wearing a top hat. And several times during the show, they talk about Jahlon brand top hats. I paid as Jahlon. I paid for that guy to have to wear that top hat. I paid for all the steampunk sniper adverts that are in that arena. Nothing gets shown at an esports event that somebody didn't pay good money. If you guys don't know this, this happens in movies all the time, right? This happens in movies all the fucking time, and not to the extent example of advertising. I'm trying to, I didn't have a good one pulled up, but if you see a character drinking a Coke, product placement, absolutely. If you see a character drinking a Coke in a movie, if the label is like, they will literally stop a scene. Here, let me take my blur off real quick. If Aquafina was sponsoring my show, then if we were recording, this would be a cut, and the director would say, "Hey Jay, turn your hand a little bit." All right. Right? Because I gotta have the Aquafina logo. If you're watching a movie and there is a logo, and I'm talking, like we're talking, and I'm like, yeah, what time is the limo coming to get me? The fact that Aquafina is up here at face level, that's paid product placement. They do that all the time. If the person is drinking a Coke and the Coca-Cola label is facing, that's not accidental, right? Now, I love esports. That's why I'm a big Dota fan. I get to actually put money into the tournament and see I did that. Okay. You think that Ashes has any esports potential? No. Ashes has no esports potential. They've already said we're not really interested in looking at esports. And the thing about esports is that it radically changes your game design decisions, because you start making decisions on what is best for the esports, not what is best for the game. Can you explain how the two targeting systems in more detail? Is there an incentive in not playing tab targeting, or is all preference? I can't talk to you anything about the combat system right now, because the combat system right now is all in redesign. I do have a video over on my YouTube if you wanna jump into what's going on with hybrid combat. Hybrid combat was the first of the year's video, and I was nice to you guys. I gave you 2 videos in the first week of the month. I do have next Tuesday's video already done, dressed up in there as well. You guys are gonna love next week's video. And then we have today's parkour. Friday we're gonna talk about enchanting. My voice is kind of raw, but yeah. So my goal this year is 50 YouTube videos and 26 or more segment scenes. I'm trying to get this YouTube going again. I should have been at 20,000 subscribers, but I don't do daily clickbait shit. But no, the discussion of, I have a lot of discussions. Oh, and if you want to know about the combat system, Ashes 101, I talk about the combat system, what we know. Right now, the combat system is all gutted on the table. I saw Carthos say, esports has only made gaming worse. Everyone you meet is a potential esports champion. So guys, you guys know that I be honest, I can be an abrasive asshole. Last night, I was playing Heroes of the Storm. I know, I'm one of like the 30 people who play that game. I'm playing Heroes of the Storm, and I'm playing Anna. Anna is probably the hardest healer to play, because you actually have to skill shot aim your heals, right? And there's a very small margin of error. I tipped a glass, right? I tipped a glass, and I had to pick it up real quick. I had to grab the rag. I had to dry up my desk. I didn't heal anybody for several seconds. And there was a DPS who said, "Heal me, you stupid idiot." And I literally, in traditional fashion, I was like, "Shut the fuck up, you muppet." And the rest of the match, I did not heal this person. I literally would heal anybody else or not. He kept running up next to me. Heal me, you little bitch. And I'm like, and I should clip this up. I should clip this video because it's saved. I should clip this up. He actually says at about the 6-minute point, "If you don't heal me, I'm going to AFK. One of the DPS said, "This is amazing. He's continuing to heal the 3 of us and himself and not you." The guy actually goes AFK for 6 minutes during the match. We take down the first tower. We're making progress. I went the whole match without healing this little bitch. Right? Everybody else thought it was hilarious. At the end of the match, I had almost as much siege damage as the Tychus, and I was like, "This is awesome." You do the same, not gonna lie. I know, I should clip this up. I think I will. Hold on, let me make a note. People act like they're Diamond League champions just briefly passing through bronze. They get pissed that you're holding them back. Yeah, right? Like, you guys know, I don't play League of Legends. I played Han, I played Dota, and then somebody said, "You should go play League of Legends." I installed League of Legends. I didn't know I knew what I was doing from a MOBA perspective, but I didn't know what I was doing from a League of Legends perspective. And somebody told me I should put my hands into a blender. I just installed the game, uninstalled. Like, I don't care. Great. You want me to put my hands into a blender? I don't want to play your game. I'll play Heroes of the Storm. And now Heroes of the Storm has all random, all middle. It's funny as hell. So, League of Legends community sucks. You'll actually notice that Riot is starting to crack down in Riot is starting to crack down on some of that. Why? Because Riot is realizing that Valorant didn't get the player base it wanted because they allowed rampant toxicity in Valorant. And now they realize, oh shit, we're doing an MMORPG, and a lot of those people that we need to come in and if you don't make the Riot MMORPG successful for casual players, you might as well just pack up your game. Now, you know another game that doesn't give a shit? There's a Honey Badger. EVE Online. EVE Online does not care what you do or say to a person. They don't care. They don't care. You can post people's kill mails. You can call them a slack bitch. It doesn't matter. Dark Paladin, you don't get why people are bothered by insults from nobodies on the internet. You just ignore them or tell them to fuck off. Let me explain that real quick to you, just so that everybody can figure this out. There are two types of people, and most of you on my show, because I am an abrasive fuckhead, and I'm not going to change, and you all love me for it. Most of you are internal locus of control people. Most of you are not offended when I say you're being a fuckwit, right? Most of you, I'm like, hey, I'm going to call you out personally because you said this. Most of you are internal locus of control people. You are the minority of society. The majority of people on the planet are external locus of control people. They need head pats. They need a good job. That's why I'm never going to grow as a content creator, because I don't deal in hopium or copium or whatever the fucking bullshit is. I'm fucked in the head because I'm fucked in the head either way. That's why it's disabled veteran. I'm fucked in the head one way or the other. But I would rather have a show of 121 viewers and a good conversation with you all for 4 hours. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love to have the income of a 40,000 follower or 40,000 viewer stream. I would love to have that income because I would make so much more music and videos and stuff. But with that said, I would rather have a good show of 121 viewers. I mean, it'd be nice to get to 1,000 again, make a little more money. But, you know, you all have internal locus of control. The average person on the internet has an external locus of control. So when somebody says they hate them, they actually don't really realize why, but they take it personally. Like, I tell people all the time, this is me. If you're arguing with me on the internet, this is me. Where is it? If you're ever arguing with me on the internet, this is me, right? Because the moment this isn't me, the moment I'm taking what you're saying personally, what I do is I get up and I walk away from my computer. Because at that point, why am I caring what some fucking moron on the internet says? Remember, Jahlon is a character. Jahlon is a character. I do some of the stuff I do to make you guys laugh. Okay? I grew up with friends that called me dickweed and I called them penis lips. Makes you grow a thick skin. Right. What'd Threather say? I didn't see what Threather said. I never had a person in game tell me they were going pro, but I physically attacked for not being the best on the court in basketball. Threatened to have my car tire slashed. They were going to do unsavory things to my mother. Yeah, I don't understand these teenagers. Karthos, I'm stealing this from you. I don't understand these teenagers anymore. In voice chat, they're going to spend 20 minutes talking about how fat my mom is, and then they're going to spend the last 2 minutes talking about how much sex they had with my mom last night. I mean, I'm not trying to kink shame or anything, but are you really into fat chicks? I mean, what's the deal? And then I used to I used to say this all the time. People would be like, your mom's so fat. I was like, yeah, my mom's so fat. She died of cancer. She had chemo and radiation. I mean, if you like, if you like, you know, if you like fucking a bag of dead bones, been in the ground for 20 years, I mean, make sure you wash your pecker with bleach afterwards. A fucking embalming fluid and formaldehyde's probably not safe for your pecker, man. But, you know, you do you. It's like when your buddy tells you that he's off to dig up a couple of dates for Friday, and you last saw him with the shovel in the cemetery. That got dark really fast. Yeah, but see, I don't have a problem going dark because it's the truth. It's honesty, right? It's honesty. People tell me they hate me, and I tell them I sure fucking hope so. I'm working so hard to make sure of it. Bugs the shit out of me. Yeah, you know, when people send me hate mail, they're like, I hate you. And I'm like, another satisfied customer. And they don't get it. It's like the guy, you know, a while back, the guy on the show that tells me he's a computer security expert, but he doesn't know that a VPN, he's like, well, the game company knows your IP address because your modem. I'm like, that's the point of the VPN, you fucking moron. If VPNs didn't mask your IP address to the receiver, there'd be no point of them. Yes, your fucking modem has an IP address. But it does, nobody else knows it. Nobody knows it except your ISP. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you still talking? But then, guys, this is the point where I do not know if people are trolling or if they're being serious. Yeah, security experts who have no clue what a VPN is. Let me say it to you this way, guys. This is your litmus test of somebody's qualifications. And I don't mind calling ready? My guy's not here. My guy's working. But yesterday I sent my guy a message. I sent my guy a message and I was like, hey, how do I do this in Windows? And he sends me an article. And just so we're clear, Delaron has known me I've known Delaron his entire adult life. I'm significantly older than Delaron, but I've known Delaron his entire adult life. Delaron was a honorary member of our LARP group before he was 18, but I used to have to stop at curfew and say, you need to leave, because that's the camera rule. So I've known this guy for his entire adult life. Is there any way to make an application always be on top? I'm on Windows 11. When I use sniping tool, it always hides itself under everything else. Pin on always on top by simply pressing Control Space. Here is an article that will detail it all out. And Delaron is awesome because he sends me an article that is actually Jahlon proof. I have no problem admitting that when it comes to computers, I'm like Professor Grant from Jurassic Park. They break near me, okay? They break near me. With that said, if I can figure out how to do something, and a cybersecurity expert can't, well, people also think they can get around bans because of VPN. Well, genius, you're logging in with your credentials, which the company can see. Yeah, right? Like, they can't ban my account because they won't know it's me. No, you're right. They're just banning your username and password so you can't access it. It's also like the people in the military that look up. Okay, if you ever know anybody that's going into the military, please give them this advice from Papa J. This is Papa J's advice. Repeat after me. Do not look up porn on your government computer. Do not look up porn on your government computer, because there are actually rooms full of people with every fucking computer connection up, and they literally do this. Check this one, this one, this one. They're literally just pressing a button on their machine, and it's going down. It's just mirroring your screen. The only ones that don't have that are the classified machines, because obviously they're fucking classified. However, I will tell you, nothing will get fucking everybody in the world. Nothing will get everybody in the fucking world on your doorstep faster than the idiot who looks up porn on the classified machine. Like, is this really a deal? Yeah, don't stick a USB drive into your machine. Fucking. Why are all my computers taken away again? Somebody put a jump drive in. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Then of course, also, we can't even use an unauthorized Ethernet cable. I know, right? Also, I want to point out something to people. If you're not the fucking computer police, don't say shit to other people. Yeah, screen mirroring. People walk into my office and they see a hard drive plugged in and they're like, you can't have that. Why? You can't put in USB drives. Please shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of my office. You're not allowed to do that. Are you the fucking computer police? No, go the fuck away. Then they come back with, they want to make a big deal. The captain's breaking the rules. Come back with the computer comm person. Why do you have a USB hard drive? Is it a spinning hard drive? Yeah. Go the fuck away. Because I have this fucking letter that says I can have a spinning hard drive. Those are the people I hate. We had NCIS bring the cybersecurity guys down to our squadron because we hooked up a piece of equipment to one of our shop laptops. Yeah, Cereal Box, I had OSI ask a question about why we had a laptop plugged into an unauthorized piece of equipment, and my very first question was, I'm standing there and I said, how do you know it's an unauthorized piece of equipment? And they're just kind of staring at me. And I'm like, why are you here? Well, because you can't do that. First of all, what is the what that I can't be doing? Yeah, so, Cereal Box, so you had a standalone laptop that wasn't hooked up to the network, right? I'm gonna bet like, you know, the 20 in my wallet. They had a standalone laptop. Yeah, standalone laptop, not hooked up to the network, hooked up to a piece of equipment. You literally buy a commercial off-the-shelf laptop that it's not, at that point, it's property of the Air Force or property of the Navy, but it's not hooked up to the Navy anything. But you know what also boggles my mind? When they tell me you can't do that, but I can VPN into the base network from my home personal computer. Always. Yeah. You can't, yeah. Dude, the rules. I love the fact that I'm computer dumb. I just call myself computer dumb. That way, if I can figure it out, if it makes sense to me. A VPN service worth their money encrypts all your data. So even if they found your VPN source, they would have to hack in that VPN company and attempt to encrypt your information. That's a lot of effort to try to find 15-year-old Jeffrey's home. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Oh, I don't know, man. That's just, you know, that's just the reality of what we're living with our peers in the gaming world. This is what we face from our peers in the gaming world. You know, you can set up your own VPN in about 15 to 20 minutes with a little guide or know-how. Yeah, you're absolutely right, you can. That's why I didn't buy Alpha 1 pack. I'm computer not smartest. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you don't like testing, Alpha 1 was going to be like all of my Alpha 1 testers, you'll admit, you will admit that Alpha 1 got kind of monotonous after a while doing the same thing over and over and over again. That VPN can be somewhat bypassed. The government can ask for logs if they save them. Well, okay. So I don't want to go down this rabbit hole because this rabbit hole would take more than the rest of my show. But if you create an encryption method, you are technically, by some old ass law, supposed to retain a copy so that you can decrypt your own data. However, encryption has gotten to the point now where in order to be totally secure, there is no decryption key other than what the end user has. The company doesn't actually have the ability to decrypt what passes through. These are the things that have been in court cases for the last 10 years. Because remember, we have thousands and hundreds of thousands of pages of laws. And this is one of the pieces of advice I always give everybody. I always give everybody, don't ever think that you aren't breaking laws, because there are so many laws that if the government really wants to put the screws to you, they're going to find laws that you're breaking that you don't even know you're breaking, right? Some countries require you to cooperate with authorities and give your key. Well, again, you don't say that's stupid, because that's the law. That's the law of the land you're in. The United States government they have found you can try to compel an end user to give up their password. They don't have to. You are not required. That's why I tell people the dumbest thing you can ever have on your phone is biometrics. Don't ever have your thumbprint, especially not your face. Do not have your face open your phone, because if you get arrested and they touch your phone and they go like this and your phone opens, they don't need a warrant. You can be compelled to give your fingerprint. Yes, you can. Now, you can be compelled to give your fingerprint, and then you can have the cop that just twists your hand and gets your fingerprint. If you know you're about to be arrested, restart your phone, because 99% of phones require the PIN or password to be put in upon restart, not the biometric data. That's different. It is different, 46 Nation, but the problem is proving it happened. Proving it didn't happen. It's easier if you just secure your data. Now, I give advice on my show for people that have never gotten this advice. I respect First Amendment auditors. I respect people who go out there and basically get arrested quite often by police officers and then end up suing those police departments. I respect those people, because audit the auditor is a necessary function of our society. I'm not going to go out and do it because basically I'm not going to fuck with the police. Because I'm not going to fuck with people who have guns, right? I'm not going to fuck with people who have guns. And I'm not going to do that. I just want to remind people, know your rights, but respectfully enforce your rights. I see these First Amendment auditors all the time that interrupt the police officers. You know, when you keep interrupting somebody, what you're doing, First Amendment. I see these videos and I say, you know, when you just keep interrupting a police officer, right? You're pissing them off. Now, I understand that these First Amendment auditors, their goal is to piss off the officers, right? Yeah, but don't stream screaming for no reason in a situation that's already spicy. Yeah, like there was a lady who her lawyer requested, there was a lady who requested the body cam footage of a police officer who arrested her in a bank for failure to put her mask on. And their lawyer released it, which is dumb anyway, but their lawyer released it. Bank person walked up to the lady and said, "Ma'am, you have to wear a mask on." "I'm not going to put on a mask." "Then you need to leave." "You can't make me leave. This is my bank." "No, this is our bank. You're a customer at it. The door says you have to put a mask on." "I'm not leaving." "Well, just so you know, nobody's going to conduct any transactions for you and we're contacting the police." Lady gets to the front of the line before the police get there. The police show up. The police literally grabs her by the elbow and says, "Come on, you're coming with me." Because it's a bank and the rules governing a bank are different than the rules governing a subway. You cannot make a scene in a bank. You cannot cause a distraction in a bank. In fact, I can't legally walk into a bank with these sunglasses on. I can walk into a bank with my Oakleys on, but I can't legally walk into a bank with these sunglasses on. These are not my prescription eyewear. I cannot walk into a bank with this hat on and these sunglasses on, because there's a sign at the door that says no hats, no sunglasses. And then underneath the sunglasses, it says prescription eyewear exempted. Now, I go into a small town bank. They know me. There's usually nobody there. They're like, "Hey, Jay." I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And they know that I'm wearing my prescription sunglasses, because I hate going to the bank, right? I hate going to the bank with my prescription sunglasses and then my glasses case. If it's the only place I'm going to, pulling out a second pair of glasses is a total pain in the ass, right? I go to another bank, the very first thing, their guard looks at me and says, "You need to take your sunglasses off," every single time. And I'm like, "They're my prescription sunglasses. I don't have my reading glasses." And then he'll literally say, "Well, when you get to the counter, put them back on." Because the whole time I'm in the bank, they want to see my face, because I already have a mask on covering this. And it's perfectly reasonable. It's a perfectly reasonable request. If I want to tell the guard to go fuck himself, then I should be expecting to get thrown out of the bank, because it's not it's a private institution. That's what I don't get about people. Like, I'm not going to wear a mask. Get the fuck out. Like the people at Walmart. I'm not going to wear a mask. You can't make me wear a mask in Walmart. I wasn't aware that Walmart suddenly stopped being privately owned. I have a friend that has glasses that got darker as the sun flashes them and they go back to normal and room light. Pretty expensive. Transitions. Unfortunately, I can't get First of all, I can't get transitions. I don't even have my computer glasses are in the other room. I can't get transitions on my computer glasses because I have another filter on my computer glasses. And my wife has transitions. Both my kids have transitions. The other problem is if you notice, all the sunglasses I wear have side as well. My eyes are so sensitive that I can't deal with, oh, here we go. I can't deal with light coming in on the side of my eyes. So my sunglasses, as you can see, are like wrap around Oakley's. So I don't really get light coming in the side. It wouldn't be worth it for me to put transitions on my outside glasses because I'm either driving in the sunlight and I have my Oakley's on. Those are my old pair. I'm either driving with my Oakley's on or I'm driving at night with my readers on, and my readers have a different lens on them for my stigmatism, where how the light fractures. But yes, transitions are an amazing thing, especially if you have kids. Can I just say this, ladies and gentlemen? I want to say this, ladies and gentlemen. If you wear sunglasses or you have transitions, get fucking transitions for your kid. Nothing pisses me off more than watching parents walk around with $300 Oakleys on, and then their kid has glasses and their kid doesn't have transitions. Please take care of your children. Please, it's not that expensive to put transitions in their lenses. Treat them like human beings. Your eyes hurt, you're wearing Oakleys, your eyes hurt in the bright light. Your kids do too, especially if your kid's wearing glasses. Please put transitions in your kids' lenses. Like, I don't know why people don't do nice things for their kids. Why do you hate your kids? Why do you hate your kids? Now, if your kid is constantly breaking glasses, that's a different story. But like, my daughter got really mad once. Her mom, Tamir, forgot to get the transitions in her lenses. And we ended up having to pay. I forgot what we had to pay, but we ended up, Lens Crafters worked with us. They were really cool. We ended up getting another pair of glasses so that her main glasses could have transitions. So, we got transitions for our son and he loves them, and it's a lot easier to keep him used to his glasses the way they, yeah. If they have transitions in them, if they have transitions in them, your kids are going to be able to dude, calm the fuck down. We're not having a fucking 500 level graduate level discussion here. As a 50,000 foot statement, it was a good 50,000 foot statement. A 500 level computer security statement, I would have called it out. It's close enough, but chill your ass out a little bit, man. Person, like, you know, relax, man. Relax. If you want to attack people, attack them on another show. I do the attacking here. I'm the 180 pound attack dog. Okay, I wish I was 180 pounds. I'm fat again. Guys, I'm fat again. My wife found these little okay, I love cheesecake. My wife found these little cheesecake cups. They're so delicious. And I'm very sad my sushi place is closing and I don't have the y'all attack me? Get the fuck back to, hey, Zetrix, get the fuck back to redesigning paradoxgaming.net. What the fuck are you doing? The cheesecake place closed. Or I'm sorry, the sushi place is closing. I don't have the liquid resources available, and I don't know if I want to stay here. I don't know if I want to stay here, so I don't want to buy any more businesses. I don't want to buy anything else. I want to sell everything and go to Florida because I hate the cold. Well, the sushi place I go to is closing, and I was gonna buy it. All right, I was gonna buy the place. I already have the chefs. I already have the chefs for the place. I already have a manager for the place who would also serve. Would basically be like a manager server, and then I would be doing the logistics, ordering, and that stuff. But they have a bar in the front, and I'm gonna close the bar. I'm gonna rip out the patio wrought iron gating, and what I want to do is so the place looks like this, right? So the place looks kind of like this. So there's a door here, and you come in, and there's a bar here, right? And there's 2 tables for sushi up here. And then you come in, this is the other door, this is the bench, this is the counter, and then this over here is the kitchen, right? And then there's a couple of tables here. You know, it's a smaller sushi place. There's not a ton of seats. I think there's one more here. What I want to do is I want to buy the place. I want to rip out the bar, and I want to take this out. I want to put a counter over here, right? I want to put a counter here and have a counter here, and I want to do cheesecake, right? I want to do a cheesecake bar. I want to rip out the patio here and not have I don't want any outdoor seating, right? So I want people to be able to come in for cheesecake, right? Come in for cheesecake or come in for sushi. And then the waiters and waitresses will bring cheesecake to the table. That's my plan. The problem is I don't have enough liquid resources, and I don't want to dip into my other investments. Because as you guys know, and I've talked about it on my show, I own a bunch of businesses, or I'm a partner at a bunch of businesses. But the 2020, 2021, and so far 2022 are looking up to be absolutely... This year is not looking to be any better than the last 2 years when it comes to like takeout places, bars. One of the bars closed up. One of the bars apps just closed up, like with all the, you can't have that, like the way the bar was laid out. It was horrible. The bar was laid out really well when it's supposed to be working. It's a karaoke bar. It's closed up now. Somebody's gonna buy it, but it's like, you know, when you sell off your place, you're getting pennies on the dollar. But just as a karaoke bar, it couldn't make money. The person's gonna go in, they're gonna rip out the karaoke part of the bar, they're gonna take out the dance floor part of the bar and do different stuff with it. But a lot of businesses are just failing. A lot of restaurants are just failing. Restaurants can't adapt fast enough to takeout and delivery. And like yesterday, the sushi place told me they had a grab and go. And I don't it's bad management to ever be able to have a grab and go, but somebody dropped a glass. So she was on her way up to ring the people out. She dropped off the food, went to deal with the broken glass because broken glass is a safety hazard. The people just grabbed their sushi and left. Well, don't do that shit when you have their number. When you have their fucking phone number on the order and they've been coming there regularly, I'm just going to go to the cops. But it's that bullshit that you don't want to have to deal with as a business owner. So yeah, a lot of like that sushi place is closing. They've got problems. It sucks. It means now to go to good sushi, I'm going to have to drive like 35 extra minutes. I'll go 35 extra minutes for good sushi. All right, guys, let's see if we can knock this out. I gotta get changed. I have to stop the show 10 minutes early today. I gotta go into town. Thanks for being here today. I do the Wednesday show early so that my European audience can come in. Great questions today too. You guys know on my Discord I have a channel. On my Discord I have a channel for live stream questions. I will answer your question for you on the Discord so you get an immediate answer, and then I bring that over. Today we did a really good thing on parkour. I am going to try to start doing more segment scenes so I can boast up my YouTube. Remember, I am over on YouTube with a lot of videos. I'm also on YouTube as PGN Music. I'm also on Spotify if you guys like the music. I am working with a jazz conductor for the next couple of weeks. I'm going to do one jazz album, and then I'm going to find a dark noir jazz composer. That's going to be hard. Do you have the UI UX topic coming soon? I know Intrepid still has placeholders. Yeah, you can do that. We can talk about that. I do believe that their UI artist left. I do think their UI artist left. I don't think Ryan is there anymore. For people that freak out about, I can't believe Intrepid has so much turnover. I want to remind people that turnover at a startup is not a bad thing. There are a lot of people who get a job at a startup company. Wow, we got schwacked by not getting those portals on the bottom closed. Yeah, Ryan was the old Blizzard guy. I don't think he's there anymore. I think he has moved on to another project. But that's the problem, because you bring on Veil Mistward might carry the day. 317, I don't know. If they get close enough, Val, you may. Oh, you chewed up 43 of them. We failed. We need to remember to clean those other ones up. With that said, guys, I do need to get out of here. I gotta go into town. It's the wintertime, so more back therapy, and they booked me on a Wednesday. I will see you guys on Friday for more Ashes of Creation. I might play some 7 Days to Die on Friday. You guys take care. See you next time.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?